All right, welcome, friends. I think all the streams are open and working now. Welcome in, my friends. Great to see everybody. I think TikTok is still loading. We should have some results soon. Ken, welcome in, friend. Great to see you. Let me make sure the YouTube streams look to be good. Let me make sure. Yep, Wi-Fi is turned off. Good to go there. All right, everything is ready to rock and roll. And shit, we already got a guest and we already got a super chat for everyone piling in. If you are on TikTok, you know how to join. If in fact you are on YouTube or Facebook or anything else, there's a link on the screen, tinyurl.com/DZ guest. And you can click the link in the description if you don't want to type it in, so you don't have to. You don't have to manually type it. You can just click on it. So, welcome in, friends. I see Jay Steele has joined us as well. We've got literally Jesus, and Meg is already in the chat. Great to see everyone. And we've got now I already got two guests. Well, let me grab our super chat and then we'll get right into talking to the guests. Our friend Travis sent in or L Traviso sent in a $10 super chat. Thank you, friend. Says, hey Justin, I suggested to my wife I was gonna live by yesterday's caller, Al. Yeah, Al from yesterday was wild. From Al's worldview in regards to women. Did not go well. Doctor says vision should return to my right eye soon, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that you attempted that. That's not going to end well. But hoping the best for you. Thank goodness she didn't dug you in the eyeball, because that's what probably Al had coming to him. And we've got another super chat already in from Master Machete. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I love your streams. You act with such huge grace. Fuck. Never going to live it down. Huge grace is the next Garbagamon. I can already see it. Nothing I can do about it. Well, thank you, Master Machetier. I do appreciate that, friend. And Robert says, rock. Bless God, he's going to need it today. Yeah, I suppose so. The god of this book for sure. And last one from our friend Alex. Alex says, question, why the New King James and not the King James? Well, because the words in the King James are completely outdated. They're using a lot of old manuscripts that we know now have been corrected and amended or need to be corrected and amended. So we have a better base of manuscripts. And we just know more about the languages today that they're being translated from than they knew in 1611. The King James was just an update of the Bishop's Bible. It wasn't special. It wasn't unique. It didn't do anything groundbreaking. And it was fine for 1611, but it's meaningless in 2025. Doesn't do a damn thing for us. All right, we'll get our first guest in here. And it looks like it's going to be Hi. Maybe if they can connect. We'll give them a second to connect. They did not connect. Oh, we'll try again. We'll try the next one. Bill Castle, thank you for the super chat, Fritz. Why am I kicked out of the Kraken crew? Has there been a price change? There has not. I don't kick anyone out of the Kraken crew, friend. If you're no longer in the Kraken crew, it's because you probably didn't set up reoccurring membership. I think you can choose like a 1, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month membership. And you probably just chose one that ran out. So that's most likely the case. I would check into it. You might have to re-sign up, but we don't kick anyone out of the Kraken crew. That's for sure. But thanks for being a member. All right, we're gonna get is it Amav?
Arnav.
Oh, Arnav. The R and the N combined into an M when the text is small. Arnav, welcome in.
Hi.
Arnav, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And what do you believe in? What God?
The God of Christianity.
Cool. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
When you say evidence, like what is your definition of that?
Evidence.
We may have differing.
Evidence is anything that would move the needle, like whether it's good or bad evidence.
Okay. All right. So anything will move the needle, as in something that can slightly appeal to you, right?
Yeah. So, for example, like we have theories, right? And some of our theories or explanations for how the world works are supported by a lot of evidence. and some of them
Hmm.
are supported by, we'll say, a little bit of evidence. But evidence is still evidence. Like if it moves the needle at all, I would consider it evidence.
Okay, so one of the first arguments I would propose, or I mean, I guess form of that evidence, and I would be that the order and design of the universe. I don't think that that's something that complex and beautiful and unique can come about from material phenomenon or just nowhere, if that makes sense, without some kind of intelligent mind behind it.
Yeah, so I would have kind of two complaints with this particular argument, which is that the amount of organization in a universe appears to be next to nothing compared to the
Hmm.
size of the universe. The majority of the universe is nothing but complete chaos. In fact,
Yeah.
our entire galaxy will eventually, self-destruct. The sun's gonna,
Hmm.
expand and eventually burn up the entire Earth, and then there's a good possibility our whole galaxy will collide with the Andromeda galaxy in a couple billion years. So I don't know if
Okay.
there's that much order out there. It just seems like there's order in our little pocket, and only for
Hmm.
now.
Okay. So
um,
that being said,
mhm.
sorry, are you done? Or
Well, I mean, that was point number one. I would say point number two is if you drill down on our little pocket, I think what I tend to find is something that's not really parsimonious with thinking that it was created, because like the planet we live on is full of stuff that is like unaliving the inhabitants. 97% of the water on the planet is poisonous to drink. This is not something I would expect if like an all-knowing being created this particular habitat for us to live in.
okay. So the first rebuttal, I guess, I would have for the first argument that you propose, which is essentially that there does seem to be a little bit of, well, you just basically said that our universe is very chaotic, and that in size compared to, our pocket, it outside of our pocket, it can be very chaotic. And I mean, I can kind of agree with you there, right? There's a lot of random stuff going on in the universe all the time that's just like kind of hard to grasp. But that kind of raises the question of, if our universe is so chaotic and it doesn't have order or anything of that nature to it, why is it that modern day scientists struggle so much to understand various aspects of it consistently, right?
I may not understand your question. Understand what?
So when you originally, I mean, there's just a lot of aspects of our universe that we don't fully yet understand or have knowledge of, right? We're constantly
Mhm.
trying to figure out answers and solutions to it. Like, for example, with the universe, right? Majority of scientists, or I don't know if they would be referred to as astrophysicists, but majority of them subscribe to the belief that the universe had a beginning. Not necessarily, I mean, whether or not they think it was created by God, okay, that's up to that specific person. But majority of them do believe the universe had a beginning, and
That's
that in and out of
what
its,
do you think? What do you think it means by beginning? What do you think when they say the universe
there
had
was
a
a
beginning?
point.
What do you think they
Mhm.
mean?
So there was a point in which the universe had not existed as we know it to be today.
That's not what physicists believe.
What did they believe?
They don't make claims about what was prior to the Big Bang. In fact, there was a survey that was
Yeah.
recently done, and the majority of the people in the survey stated that the Big Bang doesn't make any claims about what was in existence prior to the Big Bang. And all the physicists and cosmologists that I've talked to agree with that sentiment. That yeah, I mean, the idea that there was literally nothing prior to the Big Bang isn't really supported by any data. I mean, unless you think
Um,
there's evidence of it, what evidence is there that there was once
um,
nothing?
so what is, okay, so I want you to explain to me what the Big Bang Theory is. I have an understanding of it, but I want you to explain to me what it is. Because
Yeah, so the matter, space, and time, and all the fundamental particles in the universe were once in a much smaller condensed state, and then there's a couple
mm,
theories about why it began to expand. Some people say dark energy. There's a new theory which I actually like better, which is that it's a reaction based on black hole bounce. You can read about black hole bounce. It's a pretty well observed phenomenon that caused everything in the black hole to go. But anyways, so there's another theory that there was just a quantum field, and quantum fields can give rise to material. There's quite a few theories about what was prior to the Big Bang. Obviously, I don't know if we
yeah.
have the tools to investigate that.
Hmm.
But what I do know is that I don't see any evidence to believe that there was once nothing.
Okay, yeah. So I'm how to put this. I'm not necessarily saying when I was talking about the belief of majority of scientists, it's essentially that our, and this is why I said this in this specific way, that our universe as we know it today has not always existed. We do know that it hasn't always been the way that it is now. There was a time, right? I'm pretty sure the entire theme of the Big Bang Theory was to essentially state that the universe, right, the time space continuum that we exist on, that came into existence with the Big Bang.
Well, the Big Bang is explaining how we got from the condensed universe. Some people used to call it a singularity. That's not really a great way to refer to it now. But it's an explanation for how things got to where they're at right now. The
Hmm.
Big Bang isn't an explanation for what was prior to the Big Bang.
Yeah, no. So I feel like the Big Bang, though, I mean, if we can hinge on this, I feel like the Big Bang kind of, and also you kind of said it yourself. You said majority of scientists don't even subscribe to the belief that there was something before the Big Bang, but
I
now
didn't
you're
say
like
that.
kind of telling me I'm positive that's okay. Never mind that. Sorry.
What I said is the majority of cosmologists don't have, they're not laying a claim on what was prior to the Big Bang. But
Yeah.
do they believe that there was nothing? No, they don't believe there was nothing prior to the Big Bang.
Okay, sorry. I know why you said that because okay, so you said that because I said though scientists agree that the universe that we know it as today has not always existed as it or not that it had a beginning. And after that point, I also said that though I don't know whether or not they believe that's a God that God is the reason behind that or there's something else. Is that why you said that?
No, what I'm saying is that because I think we need to differentiate. When we say the universe as we have it today, we're
Hmm.
referring to the material universe that we can actually observe. Uh,
Yes.
and that did originate, or not originate, but it did. We can trace it back to the Big Bang. Now,
Hmm.
but that's just saying the stuff that we know is here and the way that it's arranged, we can trace it all the way back to this point. It's not a claim
Hmm.
about what was prior to that point.
So yeah, I mean, the thing is, nobody really knows what was prior to that point. I do believe there's a lot of evidence, though, to suggest. I just find it to be more reasonable that it would be an intelligent being, or
Why though?
on all honesty, the God of Christianity that put that into action, as opposed to it literally just being nothing or per se material phenomenon. I don't find those things to be very reasonable to me,
But
and I do believe our.
if the universe, if there's always been something, right? There's not like this state of nothingness that needs to give rise to something. I guess I don't understand what the God is solving. What problem is he solving?
Okay, wait, sorry. So you said there's always been something?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
So you believe there's always been something like an eternal universe theory?
yeah. Mhm.
What evidence do you have to support that?
Matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed, and we have matter and energy, which leads me to believe that it's always existed. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Matter and energy can't be destroyed. So yeah, I mean, that is, I'll put this though. If, okay, so, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess so. Basically, long story short, if matter and energy cannot be destroyed, then it has to have always existed, which
Well,
makes sense.
it can't even be created, as far as we're aware. I mean, it's possible it changes forms. Like you can go from a
Hmm.
quantum field into material, and vice versa. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's still there, right? It's still
Mhm.
something, right?
Yeah. So my question for you is like, okay, so I'm like, obviously, at the end of the day, you have your beliefs, I have my beliefs. The conversation we're having here isn't necessarily an attempt to, like, I guess, say, it's more so just an attempt to give you food for thought so that you could
Mhm.
potentially contemplate changing your stance. But at the end of the day, I'm like, would you even be okay with that? Is that something you even want to do? Because from the my understanding, the stance point you subscribe to right now is one that would be perfectly fine with you. Like there aren't really any I don't see if you don't feel, I guess, like some kind of moral initiative to change, I don't see any reason why you would change, if that makes sense.
I mean, I just want to believe whatever's true. right? So I used to believe
Okay.
in God, and now I don't believe in God because I don't
Mhm.
think the evidence points in that direction. If there was evidence for a God, I would believe in a God. One thing I do know, however, is the Bible God's not real. That's for sure.
Okay, how can you what evidence do you have to support that stance?
Because I don't think contradictions exist, and I think the Bible God is a contradiction, and I think the book that is purporting to tell about the God is full of contradictions. And it's also true
Okay.
that Jesus is a liar and a fraud that fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. So it might be
Okay.
that there is some kind of a God. It's certainly not the
Mhm.
Bible God, though. I mean, and everything that I just told you, I'm sure you think is just shock and awe, but I can defend every single thing I
No.
just said.
I mean, well, I've talked to a decent amount of people that say the same thing you say. So, I mean, majority of my time though, my experiences dealing with these things is usually just either one misinterpretations of things or just people subscribing to their own beliefs over what other people think. I mean, how do I put this? Me and you can be the most informed people at the end of the day, but it really just comes down to who is the best arguer, if that makes sense. Because I'm not going to be able to convince you if I'm not better at arguing than you, unless you know there's something within you that convinces you.
Well,
So
I think
if
it's,
you're okay with it, I'd be down to jump into the stuff you were saying, and
yeah,
we can go through some of it.
let's dive in. You want to start out easy? Do you believe the Bible's inerrant?
Inherent,
No,
like it's always
inerrant.
exists.
Inerrant.
In, inerrant.
Inerrant, meaning is without error.
Um, what would you describe as error?
Anything that's not factually true.
Um, I mean, my belief, no,
Okay. Do you think that the Bible has contradictions?
I don't think so.
If the Bible did have errors and contradictions, what would it mean?
Um, that whatever that specific error or contradiction is just that error and contradiction.
Okay. So if the Bible's not completely free of errors, then it's not a big deal to you.
Well, the thing is, I believe that. How do I put this? I really would just have to more so look at the specific error or contradiction in question, right? Because let's say if it's an error or contradiction about the divinity of Jesus or whether or not he actually existed, then that's a big issue. But if it's an error or contradiction about per se what time it was in this specific passage, then that's not that big of a deal.
What if it's a theological contradiction about, say, like the position of the law that God gave to Moses?
Well, the thing is, I mean, we could dive into that, but in that specific context, there are multiple theological interpretations of that.
I'm not asking about an interpretation. I'm just saying about a
Mhm.
straight up contradiction. Like if the Bible says two completely contradictory statements about the law of Moses,
Mhm.
would that be a problem?
Um, I think. Well, I mean, this is the thing. The law of Moses is obviously a very big part of the Bible, but how do I put this? As a Christian, as a follower of Jesus, I'm not Jewish. I'm not submitting. I mean, well, I don't submit to the Old Testament fully, if that makes sense. I don't
I
subscribe to
know.
the Mosaic law because
I
it
know.
wasn't for me.
All right.
So I don't think that would affect me very
I'll
much
cut to
because
the
Jesus
chase.
kind of.
I'll cut
Okay.
to the chase. Okay. So in Galatians, Paul writes and he says, "For all who rely on the works of the law are under a curse. For it is written, cursed is everyone who does not observe and obey all the things written in the book of the law." And Paul goes on to write in the book of Galatians and elsewhere that the law was a curse. In fact, in Acts chapter 15, they say it was a burden too heavy even for our forefathers to lift. So do you believe that the law was a curse?
Um, do I believe that the law was a curse?
Mhm.
So define curse here.
You don't know what a curse is?
No, I know what it is, but I'm just like when it says curse, there's a biblical with context. There is a biblical understanding of what he means in this specific context.
What do you think a curse is?
To me, a curse would. I mean, that's the thing. A curse could take on a multitude of forms, right? That's why we have different kinds of curses, right? Like for example, every time you hear about a, you know, practitioner of magic in a movie show, they don't all just say the same curse. There's different kinds of curses. Oh, you're cursed to, be a short, I don't know, goblin or something, or you're cursed to never grow, or you're cursed to never age. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, a curse is something that's either spoken or placed upon somebody. In it specifically invokes harm. It's the opposite of a blessing, right? Like a
Okay.
blessing invokes good, and a curse invokes harm.
Yeah, I can see that point. So yeah, in this context, right, when he says the law is a curse, that would be under the belief that one, people who failed to subscribe to the law would be under the condemnation of God. So you could very well say that that is a curse there, because nobody wants to fall under the condemnation of God.
Yeah, I mean that's what Paul said. Now listen to what it says in Psalms, Psalm 1 verse 1 and 2. Happy are those who do not follow the advice of the wicked, or take the path that sinners tread, or sit at the seat of the scoffers, but their delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law they meditate day and night. Doesn't sound like a curse, does it?
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily, yeah, I mean, reading the specific verse though, in order for this to be a contradiction, it would have to say that the law is a blessing, but it
But
doesn't say that. It just says that they delight in it.
yeah,
And then even
why
then
would you
under
take
that
delight? Why would you take delight in a curse?
yeah, I explain that. So even under that context, right, you have to understand the purpose that the law served in the Old Testament. The law was given to the Israelites by God as a way for them to not only one, be protected, but two, to worship and follow God, right? Because they were God's chosen people.
How do
So
curses
these people,
protect?
well, I'll put it like this. What was the law? The law is the curse in context. So what does the law command them to do?
It tells them to do a lot of things. But
Exactly.
if it's a
So
curse,
in
then it's
various
not
aspects, it
protective.
could be beneficial.
Curses aren't protective. You know that, right?
It says in this specific, I already kind of explained how this could be interpreted as a curse. Like when they, because this is the thing, you can have your word definitions. That's great. Keep them. I stick to them. But you have to understand when you're reading the Bible and you're going to read these things, you have to use context. And with context, I
I
think I kind of
actually know the
explained that already.
context. All right, so we'll try this
Great.
again. Is the law of Moses a curse or not?
I believe it is by word
Oh,
definition, of course.
okay. If it's a curse, then it
hmm
can't also be a blessing.
I would assume so. Law of non-contradiction.
Okay, right.
It
So
cannot be.
if it's a curse and it can't be a blessing, and a blessing can't be a curse, then it's got to be one or the other. And Psalm chapter 1,
Mhm.
and also I would say Psalm 19 says the same thing, that it actually is a blessing. Blessed are those who follow the law,
Mhm.
who delight in the law.
Yeah.
You see kind of the
Excuse
problem,
me.
like the Old Testament and the New Testament don't
Mhm.
actually agree on whether or not the law was a good thing or a bad thing. Because Paul tells you it's
Mhm.
temporary. It was a temporary schoolmaster. Whereas the God of the Old Testament says to follow the law forever.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you want, you can say it's a contradiction here, but then I kind of have to. This is why when we first even started this conversation earlier, when you asked me what does a contradiction mean if it were to be found in the Bible? What would that mean for me? That's why I was like, okay, well, we have to go into detail about what this contradiction is, because you have to understand when my understanding of this is one, Moses's law, or yeah, the law that Moses was given and then he gave to these people, I can 100% see how it would be a curse, because one, when people didn't follow this law back when, right, there would be all kinds of just bad consequences. But then there was also a lot of good that came from them following the law. When they followed the law, right, God would uplift these people and protect these people, right? So that's another beneficial aspect of it. Us Christians have a saying, a blessing in disguise, right? There are sometimes things that appear to be harmful, but they actually do more good for us than, we knew of at that time. So that's essentially what I would have to say to that. Sure, it can be a contradiction if you want to say it can, right, on word definition and basis. But when you really look into it, I feel like, and you observe like the context of it, the meaning of it, right, and everything behind it, I don't see why that would be something that would completely disqualify you from believing in the Bible or following it.
Oh no, this is literally just the tip. He says there's another contradiction in the same verse. He says
hmm
that no one is righteous by the law. It says, now it is evident that no one is reckoned as righteous before God by the law.
hmm
But the same New Testament also says that Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law.
that would just essentially mean that. So it's saying you can't be righteous to God alone by the law, right? Because I
It
mean,
he
you'll
didn't say
never be able to
alone.
do. Go into it. Pull the verse back up.
Yeah, I'll put it back up. It says, "It is evident that no one is reckoned as righteous before God by the law."
Mhm. Exactly. So no one's righteous before God by the law. You can
Right,
be
which
righteous in the
which is
law in the sense of
which is
that you
untrue.
huh?
Which is untrue.
Well, not necessarily. With the prior verse you gave, nowhere. Give me the verse that you gave me to say that this was a contradiction.
Yeah, it's going to be in Luke chapter 1. It's also true of David as well. Give me a second, though. I'll bring
Yeah, I did
you.
say alone.
Well, the word alone is meaningless. It's not in any of these passages.
Actually, if we could just read the verses, I'll try to explain it. Because at the end of the day, whether you want to accept it or not is up to you. I just recommend you do.
So what it says is in Luke chapter 1, verse 6, both of them, referring to Zachariah and Elizabeth, were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord.
Mm-hmm. And then the prior verse says no one can be righteous before God.
Yeah, we literally just read where Paul states
Yeah.
that no one is righteous according to the law, but here it says that they were righteous before God, and the reason why they were righteous is because they were living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like I was saying, if you want, you can you can say this is a contradiction, right?
I mean,
But like
it's kind of a huge
with
problem. Like
it's really not.
whether or not the law was good or bad is kind of a huge thing because Christians, like one
Mhm.
of the whole things that Christian is like basing like their faith on is that the law
That's
was like
uh-uh.
a temporary schoolmaster and you shouldn't have to follow it and that you should just be justified by faith. But like literally
Mhm.
everything before Paul showed up says the opposite. In fact, Jesus and Paul don't even agree. Jesus said that following the law was good. You want to see that?
Yeah, like I mean, well, this is the thing. I'm pretty sure when you read all of those books, you kind of get because I mean, it's going to be complex, but you kind of get the understanding of it all. So the thing is, I'll put this: the law, right? It, like I said, it had its goods and its bads. But when Jesus came about, right, then you'll actually find verses that kind of come to support this point. We're under his revision of the law, if that makes sense. He explains it to us and tells us everything, right, that we need to do in following him.
So
Therefore,
should you
I
follow the
mean,
law or
Jesus
not?
even calls.
Should you follow the law or not?
I say you follow what Jesus told you to do.
Well, Jesus said to follow the law.
Okay, hold on. We have to look into the verses though, because
Want
I'm
me?
like,
I can
if
show
you
you.
just take verses at face value, you're not. Okay, Jesus also said Moses was the accuser of his brethren,
Mm-hmm.
and
Do
Moses
you
is
want
the
me
one
to
that bestowed the law upon them.
want me to show you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong because I'm pretty sure I know what verse you're talking about. But Jesus said a lot of things that at face value would look like, huh?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we
But
shouldn't
you
think
have
that words have meanings. Um,
no,
y-
think they have meaning, but read into them. That's completely contradictory to what I'm saying.
I
That goes
have.
against my whole point.
I've read it.
Clearly.
So Matthew 5
Okay.
says, this is Jesus' words, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to
Hmm.
abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus says
Okay.
doing the
Can you
law will
pull
make
up
you
the full
great.
verse?
Yeah. Matthew chapter 5, you know the
Yeah.
verse where he's tweaking
Uh,
the laws of Moses. You've read it.
yeah. I mean, hold on. Yeah. So
It's not going to
give me one
fix
second.
it's not going to fix the problem you have in verse 17.
In verse 17. Nah, well, I'll get to that if you're okay with that.
Mhm.
All right, so in the beginning of this verse, when Jesus saw the crowds, is talking about him in the crowds and him talking to going on a mountainside, and then his disciples are there, and he began to teach everyone. And he said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger, thirst for righteousness, and they will be filled.
We all know
Blessed are
the
the."
passage. It's we got the
Mhm.
beatitudes and then we've got the you have heard it said but
Mhm.
I say. We all know the passage. I'm trying to figure out where the context comes in that makes
Yeah,
this
so
mean that the law
17,
is
the reason
abolished?
why it says, yeah, so 17, I'll read 17 and go a little bit further if you're okay with that,
Mhm.
because this is very vital for what I'm about to say. Do
I'm
not
sure.
think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth have passed, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands. So when he says least of these commands, what is he talking about?
The laws of Moses. He's
No,
literally referring to
yeah,
the
yeah.
law and the prophets. He starts by
Okay,
saying
and
that I did not
mhm,
come to abolish the law or the
mhm.
prophets.
Okay, yeah. So the reason why he said the least of these commands, though, is you can't. I can see how you came to the conclusion you're talking to, but later on, if you actually read on, he goes
I
on
have.
to give people commands.
Uh-huh.
And in these commands, when he says the least of these commands, he's talking about the ones that he gives these
He already
people.
gave the commands earlier in the chapter.
That's why I was reading earlier, but it nonetheless that's irrelevant to the point I'm trying to make
All of
here
those
in the sense
commands
of
are in the law of Moses.
not some of them are actually kind of when I said Jesus, that's why I never said Jesus abolished the old law. Never
I,
said that. I said he came to revise it, which is essentially
okay.
what he's doing
So
here.
is the
He's
old law
giving the
still in
moral,
effect?
huh?
Is the old law still in effect then?
Well, the thing is, when Jesus, if you want it, we are as followers of Jesus, you're not forced to subscribe to the old law because the old law did not full. Jesus came and revised it. He gave the entire point of the law. So originally, what the law is, right,
Right, but did
was
Jesus come to
commandments.
abolish the law is what I'm asking.
No, it clearly says he did not, and I never
Okay.
said he abolished the law.
So Jesus, you and I agree then, based on the reading of this
Mhm.
passage, Jesus did not abolish the law.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that Paul disagrees?
Well, that's Paul, but I'm a follower. How do I put this? I would prefer you would allow for me to kind of answer what you're saying though, because you're saying it's a contradiction, but it's really not a
Well,
contradiction.
let me read it for
And
you, and then
every
you can
time I
tell me
start,
how it's not a contradiction.
okay, great.
In
So,
Galatians
and
2, Paul says
wait,
he
sorry. Are we talking about Galatians or this verse? I would like to focus on this verse before we jump to another one, if you're okay with that.
okay, you're going to tell me in Matthew 5 that abolish doesn't mean abolish and fulfill doesn't mean
Nah, I
fulfill?
didn't say
Okay.
anything
All
about that.
right, go for it.
No. Yeah. So the entire reason, I mean, it's kind of so in 17, right? The reason when Jesus says the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly, right? He's talking when he says the least of these commands, he's talking about the literal commands that he gives right after in that
Why would
passage.
anyone think
So,
that when the statement starts out with, do not think that I have
mhm.
come to abolish the law or the prophets?
Because if he's going to say something, okay, so actually that's a great question. So Jesus came is an Israelite, right? The Israelites already have laws, but Jesus comes and he gives new laws. And these laws actually that what the things that Jesus says after this passage, if you were to compare them to the Mosaic law in certain aspects, they would be kind of people wouldn't the Israelites most likely wouldn't have subscribed to it. And that's why Jesus is basically saying, okay, I'm not trying to abolish the law here. I'm not giving you new laws and saying all the old stuff is blah blah blah, but I'm reinterpreting it essentially. That's
Yep.
why he says that in the beginning.
I
Because
know.
people are
The
gonna end
question we're
up
trying to answer here is whether or not he abolished the law. That's what we're trying to answer.
and he clearly says he hasn't abolished the law. He
Okay.
says, I have not
That's
come to abolish
that's
them,
what we're
but
trying
to
to figure
fulfill
out.
them.
Okay. So did Jesus abolish the law, yes or no?
No. He
Okay.
fulfilled it.
But well, fulfill doesn't mean abolish. I'm asking about abolish.
Never said that.
Okay, so he didn't come to abolish the law. So then Paul was wrong in Ephesians when he says that for he is our peace in his flesh. He has made both into one and has broken down the dividing wall that is a hostility between us, abolishing the law and its commandments and ordinances that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace. So Paul says that he did abolish the law and the commandments.
Yeah, so with this with this specific verse, right? The reason Paul says all the stuff he says after abolish, like if you search up the definition of fulfill, it means to bring to completion or reality, achieve or realize, correct?
Does it mean abolish?
If you let me talk, I'll explain it to you. But the reason why Paul says that he took away the separation here is because when Jesus came, okay, you got to understand the Israelites were under the Mosaic law, which was a law given specifically to them. They
I
had a group
know.
of people who were
I've read
not
the
under this.
Bible. I
I have
promise
to,
you.
well, clearly
You
not.
don't
Well, I
no
mean, you've read it. It's just we arrived
are
at different
Arnav,
interpretations.
I've read the Bible.
Hmm.
You don't have to like tell
Well, there are
stories.
people in here who haven't, right? Is it okay if I explain this a little bit?
Actually, I'm willing to bet most of the audience has read it too.
But yeah, I mean, this is the
My
thing, dude.
audience is pretty good, good at reading the
Mhm.
Bible.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if you would allow for me to kind of explain things, you come to a great understanding of
So
it. But
Arnav,
if you just take a word and look at it,
the reason why I don't let you tell stories is
mhm.
because typically the responses you need are like one or two sentences, and you like take whole paragraphs. Like you're not really good at
Well,
giving
I just take
concise
context of the entire
answers,
Bible.
right? And so do I.
Okay, I can try to chop it down if you're okay with that, but I like to give full context because certain
So
things need to be explained.
so the question that I asked was, does fulfill
Mhm.
mean abolish? And it's just a
No,
yes or no. Okay. So
no, I already told
what's
you
the
it doesn't.
difference between fulfilling something and abolishing it?
Abolishing it means to be completely done away with it, while fulfillment means to complete it.
Right. And in one case it means it goes away, and in another case it doesn't, right?
Well, actually, it can still go away. It's just how I put this. If I were to
Well,
abolish something, right?
if it goes away, then
Oh,
it's
and we're just talking
abolished.
word definition. Because you got to realize we're just talking word definition here. But even in word definition here, you have to understand when someone fulfills something, it can very well go away. That just means it was completed. When someone abolishes something, I would think that would more so mean it goes away had it been completed.
Can you name a single law that you don't have to do after you fulfill it?
A single law that I don't have to do. I mean,
Yeah.
that, let's see. I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my
Yeah,
head,
because
but
laws aren't one and done. When you fulfill the
yeah.
law
So
and you
if you're
complete the
talking about, but
requirements
this
of the
is
law,
okay.
then in
Okay.
fact the law still
Hmm.
stands, because you have to follow it the first time, the second time, the third time, the
Exactly, and that's
fourth
the whole
time.
point I was saying. But I'm saying based on word definition, if you want to stick to word definition, that's the concise conclusion you could come to. Now, you're essentially doing what I wanted you to do. You essentially just stated that word definition, right, can be different from law, from the definition that you would derive from actually acting out these things. And that's how do I put this? You're trying to relate the sole word definition to the Bible. And that's okay in certain aspects, but you have to realize you can't just do that. You need to take context. So the Bible is talking about this in a different context. It's not just a word definition, like just straight word definition, just this word, just these two words. There's a lot of stuff prior to this that explains it. That's why
Yeah,
Jesus literally said everything he
I'm
said.
aware. I've read the whole thing. That's why I'm
Well, I
helping
don't
you
understand how
to
you could
understand that
still
the word
subscribe.
fulfill and the word abolish are different
Mhm.
words, right? So if by
I told you
fulfill
this.
he means that it goes away, then first of all, he's a
I
liar
never said
and
that.
words don't have any
I
meanings. And
never said
second of
that.
all, what he says after that is meaningless, because what he says
I
after
feel like
that
you're missing. I feel like you're
implies
not.
that he didn't come to abolish the law, because he says,
Exactly.
um,
That's literally everything I
therefore,
just told
whoever
you.
breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to
Mhm.
do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus is saying that it's good to follow these laws. It will make you great in the kingdom of heaven to follow them.
Okay, and what laws is he talking about?
The laws of Moses.
Then why does he give all of these various reinterpretations of the law afterwards?
Interpreting the law in a way that is unique is not saying that the law is going away. What he's
Exactly. That's
doing
the entire point I've been making.
what
That's the whole point I've been making.
that's not the point we're talking about. No one's asking if he's giving a
Mhm.
unique interpretation of how to follow a specific law. The question is whether or not the law still applies, whether or not it needs to be followed. That's what we're
Mhm.
talking about right now, because
Uh-huh. And did I ever say that the law?
this is where Jesus and Paul
Mhm.
disagree. So try to stay on track with
Yeah.
me. Jesus says that you should follow the law and that you'll be great in the kingdom of heaven for doing so. Paul
Mhm.
said the opposite.
Okay, so could you give me the verse where Paul says that, and then I can tell you what I believe the biblical meaning of what he's saying is.
In quite a few places, Paul says in Galatians 3:23, now before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. And then later in Ephesians says that it was completely abolished. It says the hostility between us, abolishing the law with its commandments and ordinances that he might create himself, so on and so forth. So Paul has said a dozen times at least that the law has been done away with. And even Paul himself, a Jew, says that he's not
Mhm.
bound by the law anymore either. And that's in Corinthians.
Yeah, I also want to say one thing too. If because I see a lot of people in the comments saying I'm yapping. All right, I'm sorry if what I'm saying is too much for you guys, but you have
It's
to understand
it's
if you're
not too
gonna
much.
make.
It's that you use a lot of
Mhm.
words and it's usually kind of off topic. Like you're having trouble focusing on the specific thing we're talking about. Like we're talking about very specific
Okay.
things and you keep kind of
hmm
going off on tangential issues.
Yeah, I think so. I think what I'm doing is just providing context for questions.
We know the context.
Clearly, I don't think some of the people in the comments do.
They do.
I feel like if I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, as someone that's been
Arnav,
Christian,
you're not here to talk to the comments, you're here to talk to me.
yeah, I'm here to talk to you,
Don't
and
worry
then
about the
also,
comments.
okay, well, is it possible for me and just you to talk then? Because I
We're
mean, there's 470
yeah, we're
people
doing it.
watching, so I
We're
think,
doing it right now.
yeah, I mean, alone without
Why?
being watched by
Why would I
470
do
people.
that?
Why not?
Why would I?
Because isn't the goal of this conversation just me and you to talk,
No.
right?
This is an educational experience for everybody.
Okay,
That's the
exactly.
goal
So
here.
if there are people in the comments that are being educated by the
Arnav,
conversation we're
Arnav,
having,
do you think
then why
you're
can I
gonna
not elaborate
do you
and
think you're
provide
here
more
to educate me?
education? Not necessarily me and you're just having a conversation, but I understand that
Okay.
when people are uninformed on things, which very much people, I mean, many people in the chat can be, then why is it an issue for me to try
It's
to
my opinion
further
that the
explain
chat
things to
is
them?
more informed than you are because they watch my show
Well, I
pretty
disagree with you.
regularly, and I'm actually quite informed. So
I
let's
never said you weren't uninformed.
let's actually focus
I
on the
feel like you just
substance
don't
of what
understand
the
what I'm
Bible
saying.
says. No, I understand exactly what you're saying. I
You
disagree
clearly
with
don't.
it. No, I clearly do.
I
You
don't think
haven't
you
paid
do.
attention to a single point that's been raised. So
I have.
I'll make
The
it
thing
very
is, you have
clear.
to. I can't
Arnav,
even like every time
Arnav, stop talking over me. You know no one can hear you when you talk over me, right? You know my mic is way louder than yours.
That's great. I'm not
If
trying.
so,
I'm trying to
Arnav,
have a conversation with
if
you.
you
You just
want
talk
to
over
be
me.
heard, you should not talk over me.
Mhm.
That's what you should do. Now, listen, if you
Okay.
do, you're welcome to do it. I am more than
Uh-huh.
happy to talk while you're talking and let everyone hear you mumbling in the background forever. But the point here is, and it's very clear, that Jesus and Paul, Yahweh and Paul, they
Mhm.
disagree on the law. They disagree on whether or not it's a curse or a blessing. They disagree
Mhm.
on whether or not it's temporary or eternal. They disagree on whether or not it has been abolished or not been abolished. Both
Okay.
Jesus and his Father both said that it's in effect until heaven and earth pass away. And that's clear in the Old Testament too. Paul is the voice that's in disagreement. He's the one that's contradicting what God and Jesus are saying.
Okay. So
So
to this point,
So
what is
can you tell me in your we'll make this very clear, just yes or no. Should the law still be in effect according to Jesus and God? Yes or no?
I'll say God has given a law to everyone, and that's the law that's in effect.
It's a yes or no. Is it still in effect?
The Mosaic law,
Yeah.
the one where we have to sacrifice cattle and cows to gain repentance for our sins.
The entire law.
Okay, so by your logic, because this shows your dissonance, by your logic, no. Because the
Okay,
entire
then
reason Jesus came and died on the cross, right, was so that we wouldn't, all of humanity could be forgiven. One. Two, also the Mosaic law was not for all of humanity, it was only for the Israelites. Three, Jesus dying on the cross eliminated the need for people to consistently sacrifice cattle and other various animals. So
right.
there's clearly a
You
difference between the law in Jesus's time and the law prior to him.
so then you've just found the contradiction because the book of Hebrews, the apostle Paul disagrees
Mhm.
with God who gave the laws and disagrees with
Mhm.
Jesus himself. Jesus didn't say that it was temporary. He didn't say that you don't have to do it anymore. He said until heaven and earth pass away. Heaven and earth hasn't actually passed away, which means it's a contradiction. Now, the God of the Old Testament said the same thing. In fact, God said that when we bring about this new era where he circumcises the heart, you recognize that phrase,
Mhm.
circumcision of the heart?
Yeah.
What does he say in Deuteronomy 30 is going to happen when he circumcises the people's heart?
Let me see.
It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. So the era where God circumcises the heart, like what you read in the book of Jeremiah, what you read in the book of Ezekiel, that era includes the laws of Moses being followed.
Yeah. What's up? No. Sorry. I'll be on in a second. Sorry, what'd you say?
According to Deuteronomy 30, the era in which God circumcises the heart of all the people, that era includes following the laws of Moses.
I'm sorry, hold on. Wait, how did you okay, let me
Deuteronomy 36 through 8.
okay, that's it. Because you just said 30 the first time. I was like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. When he says put curses on his enemies, are you saying that because you believe that the Mosaic law is a curse, he's saying he'll put that curse on them too?
No.
Okay, what are you saying here?
The curse is not the law. The curse is just that he's going to dispel Israel's enemies. That's all. So the passage
Okay.
says that when he circumcises the heart of Israel, he's going to do away with their enemies, and he's going to circumcise the heart so that, again, they'll obey the Lord, observing all of his commands that I am commanding you today. This is written in the book of Deuteronomy. Moses has already given all the commands of God, and he's saying, listen, you're going to go astray. God's going to punish you, but eventually he's going to circumcise your hearts. When he does that, when he gets to that point, he's going to do it so that you are obeying all of these commands that I've given you.
Okay.
And we read about this in Ezekiel. We read about this elsewhere. This new covenant era, like Jeremiah talks about it, when we have the Messiah, so on and so forth. It includes the laws of Moses every time. This is true all through the Old Testament, all through the prophets, even up to Jesus' teachings. You don't get any sort of change until you get after Jesus' death. After Jesus dies, people are like, we don't really like this law business anymore. Let's rework it.
I mean, but prior to Jesus' death, you have him further elaborating on the law.
Did Jesus ever say the law was temporary? Because he only says the opposite. He says,
I never said
following
that
the
he
law
said the
will
law
make
was
you great in
temporary.
the kingdom of heaven.
I never said that. He said that the law was temporary.
Okay, so if Jesus didn't say the law was temporary, if Jesus says that not a jot or tittle will pass away until heaven and earth pass away, that means the law is still in effect. And you can complain that it's not for Gentiles. That's not
Yeah, that's
even
why
the
I said he
that's not even
further
the that's
elaborated
not even
on
the
it.
question we're asking right now. We're asking right now whether or not it's temporary or permanent.
Whether or not the law is temporary or permanent.
That's what I'm
Yeah, so I
asking.
mean, clearly it's quite okay. So heaven and earth, when they do pass away, the law won't be in effect anymore, correct?
Yeah, when heaven and earth
So
pass
would that
away
not
and
mean
you've
it's
got
temporary?
the new Jerusalem and so on and so forth. But
Yeah.
that's actually another contradiction, because if you read
Okay.
the prophets on the new Jerusalem, the new heaven, new earth, it still includes people following the law, and it still includes Levites giving offerings and sacrifices in the temple. So even Jesus contradicts
Well,
the Old
okay.
Testament.
Could you give me some examples of this?
Yeah, I would go probably first to Isaiah chapter 65, or give me a second, 66 is probably what we want to do. So Isaiah 65 is where you get the new heavens and the new earth. That's
Which
what
specific verses?
it starts in 65:17. I'll read it for you. Isaiah 65:17. For I am about to create new heaven and a new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating. For I am about to create Jerusalem as a joy and its people as a delight. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and delight in my people. No more shall the sound of weeping be heard in it, or the cry of distress. No more shall. So this is the vision, like what it says in Revelation chapter 21 of the new heaven and the new earth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this prophecy goes on for a while. It goes on all the way into chapter 66. And there's something really interesting near the end of chapter 66 when he's giving you the information about verse 21 or so. So he talks about the Gentiles being brought in, right? It says,
Yeah.
they shall bring all your kindred from all the nations, meaning all the Jews are going to be collected from all the nations as an offering to the Lord on horses and in chariots and in litters and on mules and in dromedaries to my holy mountain in Jerusalem, says the Lord, just as the Israelites bring a grain offering in a clean vessel to the house of the Lord. And I also will take some of them as priests and Levites, says the Lord. For as the new heaven and new earth which I will make shall remain before me, says the Lord, so shall your descendants and your name remain. From new moon to new moon, from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to worship before me, says the Lord. So the worship of all flesh before Yahweh includes priests and Levites.
I mean, if the Levites go to heaven, then yeah, I think it would include them there, correct?
Well,
Because they
he-
existed on Earth at one point,
well,
right?
heaven just means sky. Like there's no like
Well,
mystical
in the
secret
context of Scripture,
universe. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, in the context.
In the context of Scripture, there's no
Mhm.
third location named heaven. Heaven just means the sky.
Okay, well, I'll put it like this: when people say heaven in the Bible, they're referring to the kingdom of God.
They're referring to the sky
Okay, and
because that's
that's
where they
the
thought
issue
God
there.
lived. Because the Bible
Yeah, I
says that
mean,
God lives there.
yeah, it does actually.
But
But we have to understand, I mean, because we're using scripture, right? If you go and read Revelations, it's not describing just the sky. I mean, even with the verses you just gave, it's clearly describing a place where people are alive and, doing things and actions.
yeah, the sky.
And
That's where they
it
thought the
also
gods were.
describes heaven as having golden roads. The
Hmm.
sky doesn't have golden roads.
Yeah.
So I think
No,
the thing
that's
is
the
you're just kind of
problem.
stuck on word definition.
No,
You're not really like reading the
no,
context.
no, you don't. You actually don't know the context. I do. So in
Oh, okay,
Hebrew,
great.
Hashemayim just refers to the sky. That's why in
Uh-huh.
the Tower of Babel story, they tried to build a tower that will reach Hashemayim, reach the skies. The
Uh-huh.
birds fly where? They fly in Hashemayim, in the skies.
Uh-huh.
This gets translated as heaven, but it just means the sky, right? And all of God's
Uh-huh.
activities are in the skies. It says in Psalm 150, verse 1, that his throne is just above the firmament. Firmament was the outer portion of the sky, which was a hard
Okay, hold on.
crystalline dome that they believed God
Yeah,
rested
yeah,
upon.
yeah. So when you say Hashemayim, right, that word, are there any other examples in the Bible where it says that word and it's saying sky?
All of them.
So it's just saying sky, like from because you have to realize
Yeah,
we're reading from the English translation.
I know.
So
That's why I went to
do the
school and learned
English
Hebrew and
translation say
Greek.
sky? Do the English translation say sky?
No, it says heavens, which means sky.
Okay, so there's not a single other time that it says sky when it's translated.
No, the word sky and the word heavens are the same thing.
I believe that I wouldn't necessarily agree with you
Well,
in the sense of when you read scripture and it says heaven and it describes what heaven is clearly not what we would know to be like the sky, the thing above
right.
us, like
That's
clouds.
because you don't know the Bible or the culture or the language, but I do.
I think I have a decent understanding of, the history of the Bible to an extent. Sure, it's a different thing to get into like, the original languages, which I'm pretty sure if we actually read the original manuscripts of most of the points that you make, you'll find that your contradictions really are just flawed interpretations.
They're actually not
But
flawed interpretations. In fact, I gave you a softball one that doesn't even require a lot of like nuance.
everything that you said up until this point that you consider to be a contradiction does not hold any significant theological, like
Yeah,
it doesn't
does.
derail any proper, it doesn't really derail theology in any way,
Yes,
shape, or
it
form of the
does.
Bible.
Yeah, if
It doesn't.
people should be following the law of Moses versus not following the law of Moses, then yeah, that's a huge
I kind of
theological
already explained
problem.
this to you, but
You actually didn't.
you won't. I did, but you just
You
don't
didn't.
accept it, and the people who are in the comments won't. I mean, you literally won't even let me. Like when I try to talk about it, you're like, "Oh, you're yapping," and then I can't. So it's like there's no point. I'm very certain that if you read the Bible, if you had an
I
open
have.
mind when you read
Why
it, you
why are
could
you
very
assuming I
well
haven't read
understand
it?
these things. I said if you had an open mind when you did it,
I did.
you could very. Do you still have an open mind now?
I have an open mind always. It sounds like you don't.
I disagree with you because
Well,
when I
I
sat
disagree
there
with
and tried to
you
talk to you and explain things to you, you were not receptive of it and you weren't okay with
because
that.
you're wrong.
Okay, and that's because you how can I be wrong if you can't even if you won't even listen to what I'm saying?
Because it's very
You don't even
easy.
know what I'm going to say. How can I be wrong?
So
You don't have an open
we'll
mind.
start this from the beginning and just make sure we're clear on the
Hmm.
argumentation so far. So I started talking about the position of the law, whether or not the law was temporary or permanent. Now you've told me on
Hmm.
multiple occasions that according to Jesus' words in Matthew chapter 5, that in fact the law was not temporary. And then I showed you where Paul said it
Hmm.
was temporary. That's a contradiction. That's what a contradiction means.
Hmm. Yeah, so like I said, I already, and this is the thing, if you listen to what, I mean, I could argue that, but I don't think we'll get anywhere with that. If you listen to what I was saying prior, that's why when you first asked me, what does a contradiction mean to me? I already explained to you that it would depend on the specific contradiction, right, that we're talking about. And when we read into what is considered a contradiction here, I believe with more context, it very well does make a lot of sense. Sure, if you wanted to say if you it really depends on the interpretation that you go with too, because nowhere in there does it say that that law was temporary, and the thing that Paul is saying, the word temporary is not there,
You weren't listening
so
very
you have to
carefully.
derive the
Galatians
interpret.
Galatians
Mhm.
3:23 literally says that.
You have to derive that interpretation from it though.
Oh no,
It doesn't
that's
say the word temporary.
it does. I'll show it to you. I know you weren't listening the first time. It's okay. So Paul
Okay.
literally says in Galatians 3, in fact, I think we'll include verse 24. It says, "Now before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith came. I'm sorry, until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous by faith." That's a temporary clause, until. In fact,
Okay, so that okay. Hmm.
some English translations literally say that he was our temporary schoolmaster.
Okay, yeah, so I kind of already explained to you, right? Jesus came though, so this is the thing Paul says is what Jesus says is they
That's the
seem
point.
to
Yeah, they
be,
disagree. Yeah,
yeah. And at first glance, they seem to be a contradiction. But I feel like when you read with prior context,
I
it
have.
doesn't really. Okay, well, when you accept prior context, it doesn't really. It's not a
Then
contradiction.
show me how it's not
It,
a contradiction. How is the law temporary
yeah.
and not
Okay.
temporary?
Yeah. So word for word definition, if you wanted to say it's a contradiction,
As
sure you
long as
can say
words
that.
have meanings, it's a contradiction. I
Yeah, yeah,
know.
they do. They do. I wholeheartedly agree with you, but you have to understand, right? People can use words, but they may not always mean everything. For example,
Okay, well,
um,
first of all, who's wrong? Is it temporary or not?
obviously not.
Okay, so it's not temporary. Okay, so now let's look at the words of Paul. Which words in this translation need changed? Who got what word wrong?
I wouldn't necessarily wait. What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that Paul didn't mean it was temporary. So what does he mean? Which words in here mean that it's not
Oh,
temporary?
what does Paul mean in this context? Yeah, so let's see. Now, before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous.
That's right.
So you already gave prior verse. I'll give you what, because the best I could do is give you my understanding of it. Because, like I said, if you go, if you just look at the words, right, I can see how it could be a contradiction, but it is explained, right? So could you pull the verse back up?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I didn't know we
Yeah,
still needed
thank you.
it. Galatians 3:23 and 24.
Yo, bro, why can't I say any? I'll say a sentence and then I'm yapping. If I don't say anything, then I sound defeated. You can't win with you people. Like, it's impossible to win with you people. Literally. If I feel like if you just read the Bible, not necessarily you, but I would just like to say this real quick if you're okay with this. I feel like you
My
guys have
audience
to
has read
kind
the
of,
Bible.
I didn't finish what I was saying, man. I feel like if you guys read the Bible with a willingness to learn
I
as
have.
opposed to having a pre
Why are you assuming you know my audience? I don't think you do.
I'm not saying I know everyone here.
You know,
Do you know all 530
most of
people
my
here?
audience are ex-Christians who have read the Bible, which is why they're not Christians anymore.
I've read the Bible and I'm still Christian.
It's weird that you didn't
Your
know this
point?
contradiction existed.
I know what you're referring to as a contradiction. I
You
wholeheartedly
can't seem to make it go
utilize
away
it
yet. I'm trying to figure out how it goes
because
away
every time I try
because
to explain it, I'm yapping.
Paul literally said that the
Hmm.
law was only until Jesus. In fact, he says it's been abolished in Ephesians, and then later in Corinthians, He says, "To the Jews I became a Jew in order to gain Jews. To those under the
Yeah, I
law I
mean,
became
okay.
as one under the law, though I
Mhm.
myself am not under the law."
Mhm.
How
And
is
is that not okay? So was Paul
that means it's
Israelite?
temporary. Yeah, he was Hebrew.
Okay. Well, anyway, never mind. That won't work here. Um, I mean, like I'm saying, Jesus made it very clear that the law had not been abolished,
I
but
know.
then Paul says it has been abolished.
That's a
The
contradiction.
best Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I never said that this wasn't a contradiction. I'm just saying I feel like sure you can call it a contradiction, but then when you look into the meaning of what's considered to be the contradiction here, it can kind of make a little bit more sense. I mean, there's multiple angles we could attack it from, but anything I say is going to be enough for you guys. So I just put it like this, right? Because I think y'all probably accept this. Jesus, we follow Jesus. Jesus is God. Jesus says something. Paul is one of Jesus's disciples. This is him attempting to this is Paul's understanding of the law in Jesus. That's his understanding. But Jesus already told us and made it very clear how this works. So I would recommend looking into what Jesus says, understanding what he says, and then once you get that, you could go and look at Paul and see what Paul is saying and what he's believing. But
So
you've already got the
nothing
main
you
point,
said
basically.
fixes the problem, though.
What's the problem?
The problem is that one person says the law
Mhm.
is in effect and one says that it's not. It can't be both. One of them's wrong.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to that one verse because I think you essentially want me to try to explain this,
I,
correct?
I want you to
That's the whole
explain
point of
how
this.
it doesn't contradict.
Like I said, you can say it's a contradiction if you want on this basis, but there is a lot of
How
evidence.
how
Like for
is it
example,
not? That's the question. How is it not a contradiction?
because what essentially happened was you had the law. Jesus came. Jesus didn't flat out just abolish the law, but he revised. I mean, I'm trying to find a word that's not going to make everyone go insane. Because if you say the wrong word, then oh, you're evil. I guess he kind of he explained the sole like backbone of the laws to people, if that makes sense. He gave almost a reinterpretation of it.
Yep.
And at first
No one's
glance,
asking that
I would
though.
hmm?
No one's asking about whether or not Jesus reinterpreted the laws. We're trying to figure out if the
No, no,
laws
no,
are
no, no, no,
temporary or
no, no,
permanent.
no. See, that's your issue here, though, because you're not
No,
listening.
it's not my
You're saying
issue.
that it
My
seems
issue
to
is
be a
you can't
contradiction.
focus. So
No,
the question
okay,
at
you
hand
said dog.
the question at
Okay, let me put
hand
it like this. I'll answer your question. I'll
the
answer your
question
question.
at
You said,
hand is whether or not the law was
mhm.
temporary or permanent. That's
And
the
I'm trying to
question
explain that to you.
okay.
I already told you that if you listen to anything I said in the beginning when Jesus came, he said that the law was not he said that the law would not be abolished. And you have to understand, right? Under the premise that it would technically be classified as temporary due to the fact that it will pass away when the new heaven and Jerusalem are established, which will happen. So I feel like you putting the guise of whether or not it's
Well,
temporary or this isn't, I don't think it really applies well
that's
here.
not true
But the
as
point
well.
I'm trying
That's another contradiction because the Old Testament doesn't say that. Only
Mhm.
the you're assuming that it's going to be happening according to what the New Testament says. The Old Testament disagrees.
Okay,
So
so you're saying that
that's a second
okay, do you
contradiction.
believe So do you believe that the New Testament and the Old Testament are just, how do I put this?
Contradictory?
They don't have any ties to each other?
No, I think they contradict each other.
Okay, so excuse me. That's the thing there too, right? At face value, there are certain things that may not make the most sense, but I feel like in the context of law, and we're using the law as an example here, right? You say Peter says this, Jesus says this, those things don't coincide. That's a contradiction. When we
It
look at
is.
what Jesus says, right? Jesus says that the law will not be abolished. He came to fulfill it. He says, right, that he gives. I'm just going to actually pull up this specific verse because I want to, like, the entire point of everything Jesus was saying, if you just read like a couple verses right after, it kind of
I've read
explains
all of it, every
everything.
last word.
Yeah, I mean, but the first issue we had with your understanding of it was when he said these commands, you interpreted that as being the old Mosaic law, but he wasn't talking about
Well,
those.
first of all,
When he
he
said
was,
these
but second of
commands, he
all,
was talking about the
first
commands
of
he
all,
would give later.
you're backtracking. First of all, you agreed that the
Mhm.
law wasn't temporary. Now you're changing your mind.
I never said that. I never said that the
You at
law.
least twice.
Okay, so what I'm I'm
All
trying
right,
to figure
so
out a
let
way
me.
that I can
I want to make
look and see
notes
because I
so
don't
that
see
you
how
can't.
we're.
We'll try this again. And so, option number one, the law is temporary. Option number two, I'm sorry, is not temporary. Option number two, the law
Mhm.
is temporary. Which one do you agree with?
Um, I would say based on what is the law, it will pass away when a new heaven and earth come. So technically, you could say it's temporary. The question is more so
Okay,
when
so you
Jesus came,
so
was
you
the
think the
law
law
abolished?
is temporary. Cool. We're gonna mark that. Now, when do you think it gets abolished?
Well, it's the exactly, and that's what I'm saying, right? So I don't think that it was abolished when Jesus came, because like he said,
Okay.
right, he's not coming to abolish the law, he's coming to fulfill it. Correct?
Okay, I'm just writing this down. So you agree with Jesus that the law is temporary until heaven and earth pass away.
Yes.
I wrote it down. You can't go back on it now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay.
tuck this away. Okay. Now the law is temporary, which means it is still in effect at this very moment. Correct?
Yeah.
Because heaven and earth has not passed away.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so what that means is that Paul is wrong because Paul says not only is he not bound by the
Mhm.
law, but the law was done away when Jesus died.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, wait, hold on. And you got to realize the verse that you're using for Jesus, in order for this to be a contradiction, right? Jesus says that when he came to fulfill the law. That's when he's still alive. That happens before he dies. But Paul is saying after he died, then the law is no longer, the law has been abolished, right? So, I mean, Paul, like I said, I already kind of gave you this, right? Paul, I just wholeheartedly believe that that is his attempt to try to explain what he thought Jesus was saying.
But
But
was
when
he
you look at
right?
what Jesus, I don't necessarily agree with him fully in that. I don't
Okay, so Paul
think
got
so.
something wrong.
I feel like Paul was a little off in his explanation here in the specific verse, but
So what Paul should have said is the law was a temporary schoolmaster until heaven and earth pass away.
I mean that's quite literally what Jesus is saying in that verse, is it not? That when
Right.
heaven and earth pass away, the law pass away.
So then Paul and Jesus contradict each other about how long the law is in effect for.
Did Jesus not say that the law will pass away when heaven and earth pass away?
That's
And then
literally
if you're
that's
saying
literally what
that,
we were both agreeing to right now. So do
Mhm.
Paul and Jesus disagree about how long the law is in effect for?
Yeah, I say when you read these two, verses and you look at them, yeah, you could definitely derive that conclusion.
Okay. So is it true then that Paul and Jesus contradict each other on the duration of the law?
I don't necessarily want to use the word contradiction. Like I was saying, you can have a contradiction,
What do you
sure.
think a
If you want to say that.
contradiction is?
No, because when you say the word contradiction, it kind of has this connotation to it that, like, I don't know, it's a very, very negative connotation to it, if that makes sense. Sure, here, okay, yeah, contradiction, but I don't think it really takes away from the overall theological point
Oh, we'll try this.
of the
The
Bible.
definition of contradiction is a combination of statements, ideas, or features of a situation that are opposed to one another. Meaning,
Hmm.
if there are two statements made about something and
Hmm.
they are opposing statements, only one of them can be true. That's what a contradiction is, or they could both be false.
Yeah.
So if
Why are you
one,
telling me the definition? I already told you this in the
so
beginning of our
so
conversation.
if the laws of Moses end in a contradiction between Paul and Jesus, it's just a contradiction. That's how words work. Like you don't have to like the word contradiction, but that's what it is.
I mean, there are other ways you could define it. If, like I said, if you want, you can say it's a contradiction, but there's other ways you could define
How
it.
would
Why do
you
you have
define it?
those? I'd say that they had a disagreement.
Why?
Well, the thing is, Jesus is the teacher, he's teaching, and
Would you?
Paul is a
Sorry to
student.
interrupt you. Would you say that
Hmm.
their statements disagree?
Hmm.
Is that what you would say? Their statements disagree with each other?
Yeah,
Okay. What do you call two statements that disagree with each other?
contradictory.
So it's a contradiction.
Like I said, you can say it's a contradiction if you want. Never said you
Okay,
can't say
so
that.
we'll try this again. Okay. From the top, one question just needs a yes, no, or maybe. Do Paul and Jesus contradict each other on the duration of the law?
If you want, yes. If you want to
No,
say
no,
that,
no,
yes.
no, no. I don't want you to tell me what I think. Tell me the answer to the
Oh, so you want me to tell you
question.
what I think?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of yapping and
Nope.
explaining now if
It's
you
a
guys still
yes.
good with
It's a
that.
yes, no, or maybe.
Oh, but now I have to answer with a yes or no.
It's a yes, no question. I asked you a yes
I
or no
don't think a
question.
roast that.
So we'll try this
Hmm.
again. Do do Paul and Jesus contradict each other on the duration of the law?
Um, I don't really want to say like. I mean, yeah, if you want to say
The answer is
if on the
yes.
premises, yeah, on the premises that you've given me without further context from the Bible, yes.
Arnav, the more you obfuscate, the more silly it looks to the nearly
I don't
3,000
care
people that are
how silly it
watching.
looks to these people because you got to be real. Honestly, I've already learned. No matter what I say, I can't convince these people.
Uh,
Jesus could be in y'all face talking to y'all, and y'all still would say, "No, you're not real." So it's pointless.
Arnav,
I feel like anyone that. Hmm?
I feel dishonest that I didn't disclose this to you sooner, but like you're looking at the screen and you're probably saying, "Shit, there's 600 people watching right now." There are currently
I
over
don't care.
2,000 people watching on YouTube right now. So
That's
I I
beautiful.
say all
Okay,
that
that's so beautiful.
I say all
That's
that to say
great.
that everything that you're mentioning right now, all of your
Mhm.
evasive answers are going to
Yeah.
be like in memoriam on my YouTube channel for like
That's great, man.
forever.
I don't care. Because you got to realize I'm imperfect. I'm not going to have everything right, but I'm positive and I have faith that as I learn and grow, because I'm only 18, but as I learn and grow, I will come to greater conclusions. And even at the age that I am now, I can very much understand what the Bible says. I feel like any person that has an open mind that genuinely wants to learn, and if they put enough effort and time towards it, they will come to a similar conclusion I have, or if not better. You know, hey,
That's not the case.
that's all I can say.
I can guarantee I put in more study time than you, and I came to the opposite conclusion.
And there are people who have PhDs in this and disagree with you.
There are people who have
Because
PhDs in
you
this field of
use this.
study that actually do agree
Mhm.
with me, and I know this because I have their books on
There's
my
people that agree with you
bookshelf,
and people that
and
disagree with you that have studied just as much as you.
we'll try
So
this
what's your point?
again. The people who are labeled biblical scholars, I know them
Uh-huh.
personally. I went to school with them. I
Hmm.
studied under them. I have their
Some of them,
books,
not all of them.
and they largely agree with me. In fact, most of the people that consider themselves to be biblical scholars, unless you're like
Hmm.
William Lane Craig, they're more than happy to concede that the Bible has contradictions.
Hmm.
In
Yeah,
fact,
no. So
in
this
fact,
is, yeah, like I was saying.
this study Bible right here points some of them out
Mhm.
to you.
Yeah, this is the thing though. When we first had our conversation, you asked me whether or not I believe that there were contradictions in the Bible. And the answer I gave to you, well, it would depend, right? What are these sad contradictions, right? And when we look into these sad contradictions, and then you also ask what they mean. When we look into these sad contradictions, right, that are in the Bible, I do not believe that they are anything that is so significant that it will take away from the overall theological point of the Bible.
Well, I think one of the overall theological points of the Bible is that the law was done away with and you can be justified by only faith. And this is something that
Mhm.
doesn't actually seem to
Let
be
me
in
ask.
agreement with the entirety of the Bible. Same thing with like Hebrews
Okay.
chapter 9, verse 22, where it
Can I
says
ask
like
you a
the
question?
nonsensical claim that without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins, which was patently false according to the Old Testament law. There was forgiveness of sins without the shedding of blood.
Yeah, I mean, there were multiple, ways back when to be forgiven for your sins, but I think most of the time, they would use like, blood sac animals, right? And then that's what that whole blood aspect is.
Quite often, but that's the problem with Hebrews.
Yeah.
Hebrews says, without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins.
Okay, hold on. But my thing is, what we get from this is there's sin. Everyone can sin, even outside of the Israelites, right? Gentiles can also sin because they have God's moral law. How do we overcome sin? The whole point of the Bible is through Jesus, his faith in him.
No, that's the whole point of the New
So
Testament.
nonetheless,
The Old
even
Testament
because
disagrees.
you're hinging on the law, but you do understand that sin still exists outside of the law.
Uh,
And if you have sin, you need Jesus.
right,
It's that simple. That's the
The
whole
Old
point.
Testament disagrees.
It doesn't. And we
It
could
does.
actually, I would love, we could get into that if you want. I actually would love to get into that. Hold on.
I mean, listen, if you want to keep getting roasted, I'm glad to roast you on it.
Yeah, roast me for sure. So the
Have you read
premise is,
Ezekiel?
can sin? Huh?
Have you read Ezekiel?
A little bit.
Okay, we're going to jump right into Ezekiel. Before we do that, the big
Hold on.
one, thank you
Okay.
for the $100 over Venmo. I really appreciate that. It says, "Welp, you won. Here's 100. He's going into preacher mode." They always do, buddy. I appreciate the
Of
support.
course we have to. That's
I
the whole
know.
thing, man. You got to realize if
That's
you're
all
going to
they
talk
got.
about Jesus in the Bible, right?
Okay.
People are going to be very enthusiastic about it and try to explain things,
Yeah,
right? I
I
don't
know. I love it when people who haven't really studied the Bible explain it to me. So in Ezekiel,
It's crazy how
we
I haven't really
have
studied it, but I have a greater understanding of the
actually,
theological point here.
actually, you really don't, which is
Okay,
why
let me ask you. Okay, bet,
you're getting
great.
steamed right now. You're getting
I'm getting
absolutely,
steamed.
you're getting
Okay, cool.
absolutely oven roasted right now. It's set to
Okay, how about this?
charbroil, and
Okay, great.
you've already been seared.
Okay. Okay, how
So,
about this? When we both stand before Jesus, let's see which one had a better understanding.
well, Jesus is
He'll
dead,
give us an answer then.
so I
He'll
don't
give
really
us an answer
care.
then.
So
Oh, okay, great.
in the book of Ezekiel, we have a vision of the messianic age where there is somebody
Uh-huh.
actually on the throne. There's a new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem. Have you read this part of Ezekiel? It's like the whole last third of the book.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Why? Okay, before we even get into this, we have to establish the point that we're trying to make, or the thing that we're even trying to argue. And my thing is, sin can exist outside of the Mosaic law. That's my point.
No one's
Do you disagree?
disagreeing. No one's disagreeing that you could sin in various ways that weren't mentioned by the Mosaic law. The Mosaic law doesn't
Okay,
cover every
great. So there's
sin
no point in
that's
what are we
that's
addressing?
that's ever uttered. I'm helping you to understand that you're just wrong. Again, I'm going to show you another contradiction.
On what?
The same topic we've been talking about the entire time, namely that Jesus had to die to take care of people's sins, because according to Ezekiel, during the Messianic age,
Mhm.
there will still be actual burnt offerings, grain offerings, and sin sacrifices. Would you like to see that?
So hold on. Sorry, give me a second because I'm trying to kind of compute this. So,
So you haven't read Ezekiel. Okay, check.
okay, cool. If you want to make that assumption about me. Okay, so Jesus, so everyone can sin. That's the point I made. And then I said, it's because everyone can sin that the world needs Jesus.
The world doesn't need
Now,
Jesus. That's what I'm saying.
okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Now, in opposition to this, you're saying that the world does not need Jesus.
Not only does the world not need Jesus, the Bible, the Old Testament, the prophets say the opposite. It says when the Messiah comes, that they'll be
Mhm.
doing the same sin sacrifices according to the law of Moses as they had been doing in the past. Doesn't say anything about the Messiah dying for your sins.
Okay, what does Jesus say about that?
I'm talking about Ezekiel. Pay attention.
Okay, but this is the thing, though.
But here's
Jesus came later
Arnav,
on,
Arnav,
and
stop,
he.
stop, 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 stop.
Mhm.
I don't care what Jesus said because he's not the Messiah. This is what you keep
Oh,
getting wrong, right? I'm showing you where the New Testament and the Old Testament disagree, and you keep
yeah.
saying, "Well, the New Testament says." I don't care what the New Testament says because
Mhm.
it disagrees with the Old Testament. That's the whole point here. I'm showing you that the Old Testament and the New Testament
Yeah.
don't actually agree with each other. That's the whole purpose here. Now, when it comes to Jesus
Well, yeah.
needing to die for
So.
your sins, that is in disagreement with the Old
Mhm.
Testament. It doesn't matter what Jesus said. It doesn't matter what Paul said. They can say anything you
Mhm.
want them to say. I'm telling you that it's a contradiction of what Ezekiel said and specifically what God said through Ezekiel.
Yeah, I mean, we'll delve into that. Sure, I'm not obliged to that, but I would also like to kind of say, I mean, if there weren't some differences between the two testaments, then we wouldn't have an Old Testament and a New Testament. Correct. So my overall point that I'm trying to make is, sure, the Old Testament says certain things, it says a lot of things, but I feel like when Jesus came, he better explained one, the meaning behind these things and the purpose behind these things. And I also trust him and believe in him. And
Yeah.
I mean, if he is God, right, which I wholeheartedly believe, then everything he says is going to trump what, priests who had some interpretation of the law say. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. It would just be another contradiction. It would be God contradicting himself,
Mhm.
which is silly. And he certainly can't be God because it's a logical contradiction that I'm sure we don't have time for. I'm trying to get to Ezekiel. Would you like to read Ezekiel with me?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay. Do you know what happens in Ezekiel 40 and beyond?
No.
Okay. So God gives Ezekiel a vision of the new Jerusalem and the new promised land. And then he tells what's going to happen. He says, the land's going to be reapportioned. The temple is going to be rebuilt. There's going to be Levitical priests that are reestablished forever. And the prince is finally going to come. There's going to be a prince on the throne of Israel. And it gives this exceedingly jubilant vision of the New Jerusalem. It's a fabulous verse, which is why a lot of Ezekiel 40 and beyond actually ends up getting picked up in the book of Revelation, because the book of Revelation thinks that the New Jerusalem is still to come. So the book of
Mhm.
Revelation and Ezekiel seem to be in agreement that the New Jerusalem is like the end stage. That's where everyone wants to get to. But in the New Jerusalem, look what it actually says about the prince who comes to rule and reign and sit on the throne. And to the prince shall belong land on both sides of the holy district, holding of the holy city. So now we've got like an actual prince in the actual land, not in a mystical kingdom far away. And then, if you keep reading, he talks about the actual offerings. This is the offering that you shall make: 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of wheat, 1/6 of an ephah from a homer of barley. So we've got the grain offerings and so on and so forth. And then he continues in the same chapter, talking about a sin offering that, in fact, is going to be made by the prince. The prince himself is going to preside over the sin offering. Let me grab it real quick. That might be in the next chapter. This shall be the obligation of the prince regarding the burnt offerings, grain offerings, and drink offerings at the festivals, the new moons, and the Sabbaths, all the appointed festivals of the house of Israel. He shall provide the purification offerings, the grain offerings, and the burnt offerings. So in the New Jerusalem, the king himself will be presiding over the various Levitical offerings with the Levites. That's not parsimonious with Jesus dying for anyone's sins.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that Ezekiel 40 is describing a new heaven and earth, and then in that heaven and earth, there's a temple
The temple is on the earth. Yeah. The heaven
on
and
the new
earth
one.
is the sky and the land.
Okay, so are you talking about the earth that they were on present at that time?
Yes, the earth that you and I are on right now, the earth that's going to be
Dude, okay,
restored,
yeah. So that's where, okay, great. So
the
that's where I
the earth
guess you
that's
could
going to be restored.
okay. So, okay, I got to get the timeline right because timeline is very
I
important
know,
here.
because you haven't read Ezekiel, I'm sure.
I mean, cool. Okay, great. But, okay, how about this? You're saying that in this specific verse, when it's talking about the new temple, are you saying that this is talking about a new temple on heaven and earth that come when, after Jesus, right? After us, right? And then earth comes. I mean, basically at the end of, you know, our time or whatever. Are you talking about the new earth that comes then?
This is a picture of the New Jerusalem where, in fact, the prince will be and God will reside among his people forever. That's Ezekiel 43:9.
Okay, hold on.
He says, I will reside among them forever.
Ezekiel 43:9.
Yeah.
When I search that up, I get, now let them put away from me their prostitution and the funeral offerings of their kings, and I will live among them forever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. All right, then remember. I mean, I have to read this verse more because I don't really have much of a full understanding of it. What I'm essentially getting though is I think because there were multiple temples and they were rebuilt multiple times. I think this is most likely just talking about a temple at that time or to come within that time before Jesus, where burnt offerings and things of that nature were still present.
Well, it certainly
Which,
couldn't have fulfilled the vision then, because that temple's gone
what vision?
of
Yeah, that's why I said a
Ezekiel.
temple.
So
Okay, hold on. What time period is
this
this
can't be
in? Is this
referring
in
to
the
the
first or
second
second
temple, because
temple?
the second temple was destroyed.
Yeah, okay, so it's talking about, okay, yeah. I mean, at first glance, I'd have to look into this more. I don't really want to say anything too much because I don't have much of a understanding of that book. Like I said, I read some of it, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully understand all of it. So yeah, I have to read into that more.
Right. So there's a huge contradiction in the Bible in regards to the law of Moses. That's literally just one. And there are hundreds of contradictions in the Bible. I've
Uh-huh.
personally documented at this point about 70 of them.
Do you have like a list of those contradictions
Yep.
that you like of okay, could you send that to me?
You have to pay for it.
I have to pay for it?
Yep. You got to be a member of the channel.
How okay, how much is it?
I think it's $4.99 a month.
For 99 a month. I mean, why do I have to pay for it though?
I mean, you could
Is
just read
like
the
this is
Bible.
stuff.
I came up with the
Yeah, I mean,
contradictions
I
by
would read it,
reading.
but I don't think the contradiction that you have, I would come to the same conclusion on them. If you're gonna say something's a contradiction, right, and then you're gonna berate it around everyone, right? I would assume that you wouldn't charge people money to have them, if
No,
that
I've
makes
got a
sense. I feel
whole
like,
deconstruction cheat sheet. It's a whole cheat sheet, and my
can
members
you
get
send that
access
to
to it.
me?
No,
Wait, hold on. So then why would I like accept any of this stuff you're saying? Because I'm positive that if you okay, give me one contradiction, right? Like just text me one or two, right? I'll look into them and then I'll talk to you again. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to shine more light on them, if that's okay.
I don't think you actually can
I,
shine more light on. So all the contradictions that are on my
Mhm.
spreadsheet, not only have I verified myself, but I've also read all the dumb apologetic websites about them, and I know that they don't have good explanations. Which is the only thing you'll bring up. You're going to type
Do
the
they have
contradiction in the
explanations
Google,
of
and then
them?
you're going to go to apologeticspress.org or to CARM, and you're
No,
going to
I'm
say,
just
"Oh
gonna
my
look at
gosh,
the
these look like
verses and
really
read the
good
Bible.
solutions," and then you're going to come back and say, "Listen to what CARM.com said," and then I'm going to have to explain to you why CARM was wrong.
Yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted the contradictions, bro.
I
You gotta
know,
realize this is my
and
faith, right? This is
and
my belief.
you can get them. I know,
It's, huh?
and you can get them.
But I don't want to have to pay money for them. I just feel like it's kind
That
of
sounds
weird
like your
that you
problem.
would. No, but I
I
mean,
paid
it's.
a
I
great
think it's
deal of
more so
money
an
to
issue that
obtain
you
the
want
biblical
people
knowledge
to
that I
pay money
have.
for it. Isn't that kind of
I,
weird?
you don't have to pay the money to read the Bible. You have to pay money to get the proprietary work that I've done.
But yeah, so I can read the Bible. I've read the Bible, and like I was saying,
Well,
sure, there are
not
certain
very
things that can be
good.
considered contradictions, but I think I have an understanding of those things. But you're saying you have 70 more contradictions, which you're essentially claiming esoteric knowledge, which you're saying people need to then
I
pay
am
for.
not
I
claiming
feel like that's
esoteric
you.
knowledge.
That's essentially what you're doing. I feel like you're utilizing
I don't
people's
think you know what
faith
the
to
word
try to get money
esoteric
out of it.
means.
What does it mean?
It certainly doesn't mean what you're referring to. Esoteric means
I'm
something.
positive that means what I'm referring to.
Esoteric knowledge means
Mhm.
ancient knowledge that is typically hidden or veiled.
Uh, in the sense of hidden veiled knowledge, it's hidden behind a paywall. I have to pay $4.99 for it. Like
Esoteric
that's
is not
literally esoteric
modern
knowledge.
veiled.
And actually, when I search up the word definition, it says intended for or likely to be understood by a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. Nowhere
Mhm.
in there does it say anything about time frames.
Let me check. If I got it wrong, I got it wrong. Yeah, intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. You could be right. I'll concede.
Okay.
My personal definition was probably wrong.
And this is the thing too. I also like to say, anyone on here who's like, "Oh, you're embarrassing yourself. You don't know what you're talking about."
I
Text
mean,
me. I'll have a
you are doing
conversation with
that.
each and every single one of you. Because this is the thing. I just don't feel comfortable talking to you on here because I feel like once I start actually talking and really delving into stuff, you're either gonna shut me down, and then if I don't stop talking, you're gonna kick me or mute me. So I can't really have a genuine conversation with you.
I haven't
But I
kicked
feel
you
like
or
if
muted
anyone,
you.
huh?
I haven't kicked you or muted you.
No, I'm not. I said I think you would because if I mean, let's be
Uh,
quite frank here. If I were to
What are
really delve
who are you
into
talking to?
things,
Are you talking to me or the
I'm
guest
talking to
right now?
you. No,
What?
I'm talking to you. I'm saying if I
Oh,
were to
you've
really
been holding
delve,
yourself back right now.
yes,
I
essentially,
can't
I
handle
don't
your full
believe that I
power.
can. Okay. Um,
You want to see an easy contradiction that you can't refute?
okay, hold on. I just wanted to say, because like this is kind of the point I've been trying to make. It's happening as I'm trying to make the point. I feel like if when I really try to explain things and talk about stuff, people aren't going to be receptive of it. So I just kind of limited myself. And I'm more so in originally when I came into this, it was okay. I wanted to talk to you, have an actual conversation, shed light on things, explain things. You explain your stance, I explain my stance. Sure, we may have disagreements, but it's more so became okay. You make a claim, I have to now attempt to debunk your claim, right, in a short amount of time. So what my point is, if anyone on here, right, feels that they have contradictions or some kind of issue with the Bible, right? If you want, you can text me. I'll be happy to,
No one's texting
have
you,
a call.
Arnav. Just pay attention.
Hmm?
You're talking to me. Don't worry about what the guests are up to. None of my guests are texting you. So I'm going to show you an easy
I
one that doesn't require any
But that's the you
doesn't
see the
require any esoteric knowledge. Okay.
hold on,
So
do you
when
see though the
Jesus
point
was
I was trying to
betrayed
make?
for 30 pieces of silver, it says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah." And then
Bruh.
he quotes Jeremiah. And the quotation says, "And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of
Mhm.
the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, so for so on and so forth."
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
clearly
What's
Matthew is attributing this quote to Jeremiah. Can you find that quote in
okay,
Jeremiah
yeah.
for me?
Give me 1 second. As I'm doing that, like I was saying, when I start talking a little bit more than what's comfortable, then I just get shut down, which is essentially what just happened,
I mean,
which
when
is
you
why I was
go
saying I do it
into
for
preach mode, yeah.
yeah. See, and that's the thing. How are you going to make claims about people's religion and
Listen,
faith, and then when they try to
the
explain it
the
to you, like,
reality is you
you
get
can't
shut
explain
down
it to me,
because
you're
you're doing
talking
meta
too much.
commentary. No one cares about your meta commentary.
I feel like if you want to make claims and attempt to debunk people's faith, then you should probably give them an ear as opposed to just saying a thing. And then as soon as they
I
start trying
give
to
an
explain
ear
it, saying you're
to
talking
you
too
showing me
much.
why I'm wrong. I'm not going to give you an ear to give my ear to you doing meta commentary.
Well, in
We don't
order for
have
me to show
room
you
for meta
how you're
commentary Marys up
wrong,
here.
huh?
I said we don't have room for meta commentary Marys up here. So, anyways, the quote. Can you find this quote in Jeremiah for me? In fact,
Which quote?
I'll send you a galaxy if you can. The quote that Matthew is saying in chapter 27 comes from Jeremiah. Matthew
Okay, all
27
right.
9.
Okay, then 27:9. Excuse me. It is against the. I'm gonna read from 6. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to see. All right. The chief priest picked up the coins and said, "It is against the law to put this into the treasury, since it is blood money." So they decided to use the money to buy the potter's field as a burial place for foreigners. That is why it has been called the field of blood to this day. Then that what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. So Jeremiah said that there's a prophecy that of oh, you want me to find the prophecy in the book of Jeremiah?
Yeah. So it says here there's a quotation, right? And the quotation says it comes from Jeremiah. They took 30 pieces of silver, the price on one whom the price of the one on whom a price had been set, so on and so forth. That's a quotation that he says comes from Jeremiah. Can you find that for me?
Okay, yeah, give me a second. I mean, I guess I kind of have to scour the entire book or do internet searches, wouldn't I, in order to find that?
What's your Bible cross reference say?
Um, hmm?
What's your Bible cross reference say? Where does it say it is? You're on the internet, right? Should have a cross
Yeah, yeah.
reference. Where does it say it comes from?
A cross reference?
Yeah.
Like from what do you mean by that? Do you mean like
Do you know what a
two
cross
passages
reference
pulled
is?
up?
Yeah.
No, I know what it is, but I'm like, how am I gonna have a cross reference? You just told me to find a verse quotation here. Like, how do I?
Okay.
I'm asking how do I go
Can you
about
see my
finding it?
screen right now?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. Do you see these little letters? These footnotes?
Oh yeah,
These are cross
yeah.
references.
I don't have those.
And typically, you have to. Are you on Bible Gateway?
I wasn't. Hold on.
Bible Gateway will include them. If it doesn't include them by default, there is an option here. You can click the options and make sure cross references are attached.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at your screen when you did that. Go to settings and then cross references. Okay. And where am I supposed to find a cross reference at? Like what's because when I look at 9, I
Yep.
don't see that little. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think cross
Right
reference
here.
Matthew. Okay, at price.
Yeah. Where does it say that quote came from?
Why am I not seeing this? Am I in the wrong verse?
I'll give you a hint. It's not Jeremiah.
Okay, okay, I don't have that cross reference at the price point. What version of the Bible are you using?
Try the NRSV.
Oh, New Revised Standard Version.
Mm-hmm.
That one. Okay. There's an Angelicized Catholic updated edition. Does that work?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then 6. Do you have? Does like? Could you just click on the point? Because I'm.
Yep. It's a quotation from Zechariah 11, not Jeremiah.
Okay. Yeah. Zechariah 11:12.
Yeah.
Then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So. And then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued.
Yeah, it actually reads much closer if you read it in the Greek. The New Testament authors were reading it from the Greek, not the Hebrew.
Yeah. Okay.
So what that means is that Matthew goofed. Oops, got the wrong guy. Contradiction.
Okay, so Matthew just used the wrong name here, but it still happened.
No, actually, the prophecy of Zechariah chapter 11 had nothing to do with Jesus being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver, which is the other problem. Not only is it from the wrong person, it doesn't even mean what he thinks it is.
Okay, so that's one of your. So give me the summary of this contradiction. I just want to make sure I have the right thought process about this. Like I actually understand what you're saying here.
Well, there's two problems. First, it says that a person said the quote who didn't say the quote. A different person said the quote. So that's the first problem.
Okay.
The second problem is that it says that it was a prophecy, namely a prophecy about Jesus being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. But if you read Zechariah chapter 11, it's not a prophecy about the Messiah, certainly not a prophecy about the Messiah being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. So it's not even closely related. And there's actually a third contradiction, which is who actually paid the money for the field. Because in the book of Acts and in the book of Matthew, they disagree. In one book, it says that the Pharisees paid the money for the field of blood, and in the other it says that Judas did.
Wow. Okay.
So there's like three contradictions all in one passage.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'll read into that more, and if I ever have like an answer or something for that, then I'll propose it to you.
All right. And then one more thing. My buddy Jeff is here. He said he had a question for you, and it brings up a good opportunity because I have to use the restroom real quick. I apologize. So I'm going to hand you over to Jeff for just a few minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Arnav. What up, Dustin? So the word contradiction has been said a lot. And for me, like, I just think if you say two opposite sentences, not opposing sentences, but opposite sentences. Like if I said right now it's raining, and then I say it's not raining, that's a contradiction, right?
I guess it would kind of refer to what time period you're talking about.
Just right now in this very moment, I simultaneously say it's raining and it's not raining.
If you're talking about the specific time right now, that would be a contradiction.
Okay, cool. So right now in this very moment.
Okay, hold on. Sorry if you're okay. But even then though, that I feel like you kind of need to in order for me to understand what you're saying, I have to use context there.
Yeah, so like if I'm in the same location, right? I'm standing outside and I say it's raining and it's not raining in the spot that I'm in at the time. It's a contradiction, right?
Exactly, because
if I say simultaneously that I'm holding an iPhone and then I'm not holding an iPhone, that's a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, and this was the thing that jumped out at me when Justin went through it with you. If I was to say right now, based on the two parts of the Bible, which I assume you think is true across the board, the law is in effect right now, and it is not in effect right now. Would that be a contradiction?
I mean, yeah.
So, according to one part of the Bible, based on your conversation with Justin, right now, today, July 17th, 2025, on the entire planet, the law is in effect, right?
I mean, Jesus has a law that's in effect for everyone.
Well, no, the law that he was referring to when he said, until heaven and earth pass away, the law will not be abolished. So that means that law, you agreed, is in effect today, July 17th, 2025.
I feel like when you say the
Heaven
law,
and earth, let's just remember that heaven and earth
okay,
have.
yeah, actually, when you say the law, because I mean, like, I get the thought, what's it, the thought exercise you're trying to do here. Like, obviously, it makes sense. I can see where you're coming from. But I feel like when you just kind of limit it down to something like as black and white as this, you miss a lot of stuff.
What is the black and white that I'm limiting it to?
So you're essentially just saying there's a law. Is it in effect here? Is it not in effect here? But then the entire Bible is saying this law was only for these people. This law consists of these like 100 plus. I mean 300. I don't even know how many laws there are. It's
613.
yeah, 113 laws or whatever. Then we have another book from the Bible that goes on to say, okay, well, you don't have to do this stuff from this law anymore, but it hasn't been abolished. It's a little more complex than just okay, is it in effect, is it not in effect?
What it means to not have to do the stuff, what I would think is that it is abolished, right? Like if if I don't have to follow the law, that would means the law is abolished.
Okay, I see where the issue could be. Maybe it's about how we're defining the law. So when you say law, are you talking about all 113 laws you said, the whole of it?
Well, I'm talking about what Jesus was referring to in Matthew 5:17 when he says the law or the prophets. He's not referring to any new law. He's saying I've not come to abolish the law or the prophets, which is the Mosaic law, 613 laws.
Yes.
And the prophets, all the prophecies and all of their authority and all of their correctness. He hasn't come to abolish any of that.
Okay.
That's what he was referring to.
Okay,
right?
what does he mean by when he says he's came to fulfill it?
Let's talk about the first prong first.
Well, the thing is, it's not. That's the other thing I was saying too. When you're like,
we can talk about fulfill. I want to.
but I can't really answer this until we include the.
Hold on. But here's the thing: if you say abolish means he's not come to do away with, and then you say but fulfill means he's coming to do away with it, then that's another contradiction. So I want to get.
I haven't said anything like that. I'm just saying I would like to try.
Hold on, Arnaz. That's why I said if. Okay, take a breath. I want to get clear what abolish means first.
Like I was saying, so I think in order to understand because abolish, right? Obviously, at first glance, just search a word definition. Actually, maybe can we go to the original language and see what it says here? Because abolish is just an attempt to translate this, but this word could most likely have a meaning that isn't 100% encompassed by the word abolish.
We can go to the Greek. That's fine.
Yeah.
Greek's not going to save you here, Arnon.
No. I mean, I just want to get full context. Listen, I don't understand why it's such an issue when you guys propose something to me. I say, okay, I want to read it and get context.
Arnaz, let me tell you something. Justin is very nice. I am not, right? Like, I don't like snowflakes. He did not say we're not going to do it. He's just telling you it's not going to save you.
I never said he wasn't said.
No, that is what you said. Calm down. Calm down again.
I think I'm very
I don't
calm.
know.
You actually seem like
stop. Just look. I want you to stop talking for a second because you're getting this nervous thing, and it's starting to
nervous thing.
Yeah, the nervous thing is when you talk while other people are talking. Stop doing that.
You've talked over me. So are you nervous?
No.
Then how am I nervous if I talk over you?
I haven't talked over you. Now listen to listen to what I'm saying. No, you're doing it again. You're doing it right now. So nobody said we're not going to go through it. Justin is telling you that the Greek is not going to help you.
And this is all I said to that was simply, why is it an issue? And I wasn't even actually really talking to him, but why is it an issue? Because it seems like every time you guys make a point and then I say, okay, well, can we read this or can we take this into account with it? You guys seem to say I'm either one running or just yapping or I'm missing.
Nobody said any of that.
Justin has said that I'm missing the point. When I do say things like that, he
The
says
only
I'm
thing,
missing the
the
point. I'm
only
not
thing he
understanding what
said
I'm
in
saying.
this moment was that it's not going to help you. I have the word in front of me. It's kataluo. Do you know what that means?
Okay, let's look into it. How do you spell it?
Well, it's so wait, time out.
I'll put it on the
It's
screen.
in yeah, it's in Greek, and you can just instead of taking my word for it,
Mhm.
you could just go to any of the concordances.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
So it means to destroy, to dissolve, to overthrow, to abolish. And
Which I'm sure is
I
what
would
you'll
take
get.
those.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I would take those to be synonyms.
Mhm. Yeah,
Like
yeah. Like this is the thing. I said I want to get context before I sit here and just start saying a whole bunch of random stuff. Like
I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that. That's why I went to it. So he hasn't come to get rid of. He hasn't come to. I'll take all four. He hasn't come to destroy the law. He hasn't come to dissolve the law. He has not come to overthrow the law, and he has not come to abolish the law. Are we good with that?
okay.
Okay. So, and by the law, he means
I would assume he's talking about the old Mosaic law.
okay, great. So so just to recap, when he says until heaven and earth pass away,
Mhm.
he's talking about that law until the sky and the earth go away is still in effect. Like nobody's getting rid of it. Right?
He's not getting rid of it until that happens.
All right. Is somebody else getting rid of it?
I mean, no.
And he didn't say, I'm not going to get rid of it. He said, it shall not pass away until heaven and earth pass away. Not one iota, not one stroke of a letter shall pass away from the law until everything
Okay, hold on.
is to happen.
So give me a second. Let's see. Okay, so he says that. What does he mean by he has came to fulfill it then?
Okay, so I don't think it's relevant, but I'm going to go into it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
My interpretation would be to follow the law, which he also didn't do.
Okay. So my question to you is, why would he say all of this and then go on to give several commands to people?
Because he's a liar. Like, in that very same chapter,
You almost said
he
it.
changed the law. He's a liar. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
look,
Yeah.
in Matthew 5:17, he said not one letter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it's in verse 38, he goes, hey, you know that eye for an eye thing? We don't do that no more. That's changing a letter. That's a few letters. So if he's saying not one letter, not one stroke of a pen will change,
Mm-hmm.
and he can't even wait a chapter. He's like, I need to, you know how badly I need this H drug that is changing the law. I need to do it within the same chapter.
Which, keep in mind, is another contradiction with Deuteronomy 4. God says in Deuteronomy 4, you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you. And so Jesus coming along and adding or taking away or anything of that nature is just breaking the law.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I mean,
Before you go on,
talked
do
about
you
this
agree
so
with
much.
what I say about fulfill is follow the law, or do you have a different interpretation?
Huh?
Do you think fulfill means to follow the law, or do you have a different interpretation of what it means to fulfill?
I mean, well, when I read this verse, I mean, I could see where you got your interpretation from. It makes sense. But when I hear fulfill, I'm assuming he's saying he's came to complete it, bring to fullness, because that's also
Okay,
another translation of that phrase there.
great. What does it mean to bring a law to fullness and complete it?
I'd say it would the how do I put this? Because my thought process right now is sure it. I mean, technically, you could say it would be to follow it, right? Because, but then I also feel like as him being God, he would have had an end goal for it. Maybe I don't know. I really I don't know. I think I probably have to just really look into this more, honestly speaking.
Look,
Because
because I'm willing to accept bring to completion, but when you say bring to completion, there's two ways that I can interpret that. Either
yeah,
bring to completion, like add, like complete it because it wasn't finished, like add stuff to it to like make more sense, or
I
complete
think
it as in like finish its purpose so we don't need it anymore.
yeah, I think add to it. I guess. Well, not even. I guess like explain it more so that it makes more sense would be very viable here, because I mean that's the whole in okay in this context, right? When we just look at this entire passage, that would be the definition. I think would that would make the most concise here, because thereafter he goes on and explains the old law, but he kind of elaborates more on it. Like for example, that one example you gave, right, where it said eye for an eye, but then he goes on to say, you know, hold on, I really just have to pull up the verse.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's the one that's the problem. Like all of the ones after Matthew, all of the ones in Matthew 5 that he does, right? Every single one is perfectly fine, except for that one. Because when he says, it is said not to, actually, I'm going to pull it up. I think he says you shouldn't commit adultery, but if you look at a woman,
That's
you
adding.
shall not. Yeah, that's adding. And I mean, you know what? I'm going to be super generous. I'm going to say, we're going to reinterpret. Like, you shall not commit adultery, but I mean, when I say adultery, I mean looking at a woman with lust. Fine. My
yeah,
wife would agree.
that's what I was saying in the
My,
beginning.
my
That was
wife
my
would
whole
agree.
point.
Okay, so that one's good. The anger, you shall not murder. But I say to you, if you are angry with your brother and sister, you're still going to be judged. Okay,
Yeah,
cool, good,
that's it.
cool. That's a reinterpretation.
That was my whole point.
Hold on. I'm okay with all of these. Uh, you shall not swear falsely, and he gives another interpretation. But the eye for an eye one, right? If the law says an eye for an eye, that means that if I poke out Justin's eye, he got to get mine, right? Turn the other cheek is not a reinterpretation. There is no way that you can read an eye for an eye that says turn the other cheek. That is the exact opposite of an eye for an eye.
That's how I see it. Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah. So I mean, essentially, I could understand that, but the theme that I'm getting from this, because like, sure, it's reinterpretation, but the thing I'm getting from it is more so further elab. How I put this? That with that specific verse, right? When Jesus saying, turn your cheek, I guess he's more so saying, as opposed to you going and getting vengeance on this person, which you were originally commanded, just leave it be, right? Just accept it and
I'm
just.
I'm I'm with you on that, but what I'm saying is that's not reinterpreting. That's changing.
I mean,
It
give me
is.
1 second, because it's like I can see where you're coming from.
Well,
Let
let
me give
me.
you let me give you what it would look like for another one of these reinterpretations. It would be like if I was to say, "You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery." But I tell you, if your husband cheats, give him another woman.
Wait,
He can
what?
cheat again. That's what turn the other cheek is, right? If somebody takes your eye or if somebody slaps you in the face, give them your other cheek. Cheeks, get it, Chad.
Yeah.
Cheeks. But that's what you're saying. You're saying, hey, if you're somebody commits adultery, that's it's not just that they're looking. Just give them a second woman to cheat with, or a third woman. That's what he's saying, right? Not about adultery, but about the retaliation part. He's saying, do not do what it says in the law. Do this instead.
Right. And it's pretty simple to suss out. Like, what's the opposite of retaliate?
Don't retaliate. Like I said, I understand. I don't understand how I can be so easily misunderstood. like I'm saying, I get the points you guys are trying to make. I actually agree with some of them. It's just I feel like in certain aspects, I don't wholeheartedly agree with everything. I feel like, I mean, because you got to realize at the end of the day, this is just me explaining what I believe, right? And you explaining what you believe, and then going about how we came
No,
to
I
this
don't think that's what's
conclusion.
happening right now. Right now, we're just reading a sentence and saying, what does that sentence mean? So if I say that the law in Exodus 21 says that whatever harm you put
That's
out,
literally what I just said.
hold on. This isn't belief. This has nothing to
This
do with
okay,
belief.
hold on. When I say belief, I'm referring to your understanding, the understanding that you subscribe to of that
Okay,
sentence.
let me just show you why that's not the case. I'm going to show you in Exodus 21, where it says eye for eye, tooth
Mhm.
for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. How do you interpret that?
So I understand this law. Basically, if someone does something to you, you do it back to them.
And that's the law. That's what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any other interpretation to those words?
Hmm?
Is there any other interpretation? Like if I was to say the
Okay,
law
bet.
says an
Okay,
eye for
so
an
when
eye,
I hear
but I interpret that to mean an eye to
okay,
give them a cherry sundae.
all right. So the thing is though, when I hear that law, what I understand the principle is lying beneath it. I think that's more so what Jesus is reinterpreting here. He's reinterpreting the principles that lie beneath these laws, right? And he gives an
Let's
example.
just look at this law.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Exodus
So
21.
with that specific law that you just gave
What
me, right?
principle are you gaining from the words?
Exactly. Could you let
If
me
any
explain
harm
it to you
follows, then
and
you
stop
shall give.
talking
Hold
over
on.
me?
Stop. I'm reading it to you because you're speaking in generalities. That when you speak in generalities,
I haven't even begun to explain what I was saying. I feel like if you would just hear me out for a couple seconds, you would understand.
no. I'm telling you why it sounds like you're selling me something. We're talking about something very
Uh-huh.
specific, and you're speaking in something very general. I'm looking at Exodus 21. It says, "If any harm follows, then you shall give
Mhm.
life for life, eye for eye, tooth for
Mhm.
tooth, hand for hand, foot for
Mhm.
foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe."
Mhm.
What principle does that outline for you?
Okay, but then that's what I was trying to explain. The principle that is backing this is that when somebody causes harm to you, you are to give that harm back to them.
Okay,
That's the principle. What
cool.
I get from when we go and read Matthew, what
Mhm.
Jesus is attempting to do in this is saying, okay, you were told previously when harm is done to you, do harm back to that person. Instead of that, I say, when someone harms you, don't harm that person back. Be open and forgiving.
Okay,
That's
great.
the kind of interpretation of those principles
And
that I
that
get.
would be a change. That's what Jeff said.
Yeah. Are those two
Well, it's
principles the
I
same?
mean, like I'm saying it, how I put this. Sure, I mean, if you want, you can say it's a change. I see how you could have. I see how you could
It is a
believe that. It
change.
makes perfect sense.
If the law says
Hmm.
you can go 55 miles an hour and not faster than 55, and someone comes along later and says you can go as fast as you want, that's a change. Like if the law of Moses says that you retaliate with the same level that was waged against you, meaning if someone took your hand,
Hmm.
you take their hand, and then somebody comes along and later says don't do that, it's a change. It's not
And
hard.
okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this. So, why was it that in the Old Testament, with this specific law given, right? Why was it that God advocated for people to do back to others what they did to them? What
Oh,
was His reasoning behind
because
that?
the Old Testament God's a jackass.
Okay, and see,
Also,
that's the thing right there. It
no,
gets kind of subjective here,
look,
but I
I'm
disagree.
going to give you
I want to make this point because
hold
it's
on.
very important.
Arnaz, I'm going
I
to
Sir,
give you
you've
a
I
more
don't
talked
think
over me
academic.
a
a
lot.
single point you've made has been important yet.
If you could let me
Hold on,
talk, I think you would
Arnaz,
kind of
hold
understand what
on.
I'm saying.
I want to answer your question as well. He's also a plagiarist.
Okay, cool. So my understanding of why God would give that law to people is because He wants people to have wants to give people justice, if that makes sense. If someone does something to you, you do it back to them. That's justice, right?
That's not justice.
I disagree with you in that aspect.
That used to
But
be
when
justice. It's not justice anymore. Like we wouldn't consider
exactly,
we don't consider that justice today. That's
exactly,
called vengeance.
exactly,
And
exact,
I think
mhm,
society has moved on, and that's kind of the problem is
exactly,
that the God who
exactly. That's
gave
the whole point.
Arnav,
When Jesus,
Arnav, the
mhm,
God who said to follow this commandment said to follow it forever.
yeah,
Mhm.
and I mean we already talked about this, right? That's what these commandments say. But we're coming to this passage where it essentially seems to be saying, right?
The opposite.
Okay,
Yeah.
this law is still, mhm,
Because
this law is still
God and
intact. I haven't.
God and Jesus
Mhm.
don't even agree with each other.
I disagree with you here. Like
Okay.
we were saying, I thought the
How
entire premise of the
how
reason
long
we were
did
having this
Yahweh say to follow
conversation
the laws?
until heaven and earth pass away. And how long did Jesus say?
No, he said no. Yahweh said forever, always, for not even until heaven and earth pass away. Deuteronomy 11, he says
Okay.
always. Deuteronomy 29, he says forever, forever and ever and ever and
Yeah,
ever.
well, I think the conversation is getting repetitive. I want to get another guest up here, and then we've got. I apologize. We had a shitload of super chats. I think what I'll do is I'll get one more good conversation in with the next guest, and then we'll go through the super chats all at once. And then we'll because I'm done at 5 o'clock today. But Arnav, I appreciate you come up and chatting with us, and I know we put some pressure
Mhm.
on you. But well, one thing I would leave you to think about is sometimes you're going to run into atheists, and you might want to consider the possibility that they've already read the book and they might know it better than
No,
you
I
do.
do that all the time, bro.
Okay.
Trust. Like I never said you didn't read the book. I just feel like sometimes you listen. You could lead a horse to water, but it's up to the horse whether or not it'll drink
That's
from it. And
true.
that's all
I've
it is.
given you water all day and you didn't want to drink it. It's okay.
Hey, but that's the difference between me and you. I'm gonna look into the things you're saying and investigate them with an
Yeah,
open
yeah.
mind. I haven't just flat out
The difference
rejected
between
you.
me and you is you won't drink the water and I will because I'm honest. It's okay.
But you haven't drunk the water.
I've literally dunked your head under the water and you're here flailing as you're gasping for breath saying, I'm not underwater. I'm not underwater.
You're trying to force me into the water, but I haven't gone into it yet. That's
Yeah.
the thing. I'm just gonna. That's besides the point. I gave you a knowledge.
All right, cool. Jeff, you want to take another guest? Oh, let's grab another guest from the queue and we'll pull him in. We're gonna do the. Almost afraid to pull him in. We're gonna pull in the Redneck Sage. I'm sure this will be enlightening. How you doing, Redneck Sage?
I'm so glad I got to get up here. I know I don't have quite the expertise with the Bible and details that you have, but there's something that I did learn that maybe you know about already,
Well,
and I'd like to hear your take
let's
on
get
it.
some
And I'm
background
especially glad that
information. So, are
I'm
you?
especially hold on.
Yeah, I'll hold
I'm
on my own
Christian.
live. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm Christian. Well, I'm
Okay,
Christian, but I'm glad that
so
you.
I ask everyone the same questions when they come in. I verify that they're of age. It sounds like you're of age. I ask them what their religious belief is or their God belief is, and it sounds like you're a Christian. That's all I needed from you. So I guess the
Thank
next
you.
thing I would ask is, what's the argument? What's the argument you came here to present?
Well, I'm particularly glad that you understand Greek because this has to do exactly with what the portion of the argument that I'm going to make. There's a guy that I learned this from. His name is let's see, Chuck Missler, and
Chuck Missler, huh?
he's talking. Wait a minute now. Hold on.
Okay.
He's talking about. Can you please, please? I hope you don't just offhandedly, dismiss what. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's bozo that you're referring to.
I mean, do you know what his education was in?
Engineering.
Yeah, just checking.
Yeah.
Not in biblical studies, right?
No, but he did quite an extensive amount of work in this area that I'm about to talk about.
Sure he did.
And also, but the area the stuff that he had referenced that I'm going to specifically reference to was work that was done by Dr. Ivan Panin or Panin. I'm not sure, Panin, and what it has to do with is coding within the Bible's text that would be impossible. Hold on now, okay. Well, I mean, okay, you laugh, but since you know Greek, it's so funny. I'd like to see if you could do this thing that I'm going to ask you to do.
So I'll just stop you now because I think what you're going to do is waste everyone's time, and I'm going to tell you why it's a waste of time. So just hold on to your seat for 5 seconds. I'm going to tell you why Bible codes are stupid. The reason why Bible codes are stupid is because it assumes that whatever manuscripts we have, that they all say the same thing, and they simply don't. You can take any number of the various Bible manuscripts. They'll have different words. They'll have them in different orders. Sometimes they'll be missing words. The reality is Bible codes are nonsense unless you only have one single manuscript or all of your manuscripts agree, and they simply don't. So Bible codes are nonsense. Did you have anything other than Bible codes?
No, that's actually not true, and I'll make this argument that it doesn't matter because the chance of somebody getting this many specifics to line up in order and happen in one text is approaches an impossibility that's on the orders of
That's
magnitude
certainly
of
not true. And in fact, there's software that finds these like codes in texts, and the experiment has been done on any number of large volumes. So like this whole nonsense of, hey, some guy that had a piece of software searched for Bible codes. Cool. People have done it in other books as well.
Well, my argument is that even with a computer, you couldn't write. You could find text like that. You could find significance in text like that, but you couldn't lay it out and write it.
Oh, sure
to
you
be
could.
to be such.
Yeah,
And then
you
you couldn't do it also across several. Well, you know what? I'd love to see. I'd like to see even begin to approach that when taking just say, okay, the verse specifically that I'm talking about is the last chapter of Matthew, which is so many words or whatever. And you know how Greek is, it has each letter has a number attached to it, correct?
No,
It doesn't.
no.
Does Hebrew?
So Hebrew and Greek do have so there are numerical values to the individual letters in Greek and Hebrew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hebrew is different. So in Hebrew, they actually spelled out the numbers. The numbers weren't added to the Hebrew letters until the Greco-Roman period. So that was a late invention. When the Bible was actually written in Hebrew, they didn't have that convention yet. That was added later. Now, when it comes to Greek, they do have a similar convention where each individual number or each individual letter does have a number value. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. And so what happened is that having that convention of style with Greek, and Chuck goes on to say that Greek is even more precise a language than English is, and so would be one that would be more difficult to try to manipulate in this way. Is that there are 70 what the Mr. Dr. Panin had found is that there were 74 different rules that he found that this portion of text was bounded by, meaning say, and I'll give you some examples of what the types of rules were.
Redneck, do you actually know Greek?
No, I don't. But
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
So you literally have no idea what you're talking about right now. Then
no, I know what I'm talking about
Just
because
checking.
it doesn't matter whether I know Greek or not. You're not going to be able to discount what the things I'm saying because I can understand what Chuck Missler was saying, and I can understand. I know how lexicon of language goes, and so I understand how you could attach a number value to letters, and that makes perfect sense. That's elementary. And so
you do know that Greek, like Hebrew, also used words for the numbers as well, right? Just make sure we're aware of this.
Sure. Well, but the way I'm talking about is the way that Greek was written out, and then the way that the Greek attached a number value to each letter.
Well, first of all, just to be clear, like when you're reading a Greek text, they don't just lay out letters as numbers; they actually spell it out.
Okay. Well, what I'm talking about is that each letter has a number value that's associated with it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you ever heard the concept of a bunch of monkeys in a room with a room full of typewriters will eventually write all of the works of Shakespeare? Have you ever heard of that?
That wouldn't happen.
Wouldn't happen. I agree with you.
Well, given enough time, but given enough time.
No, I think it's nonsense. Have you ever heard of the Library of Babel?
Library of Babel's great.
Well, let me ask you this.
It was a yes or no question.
Yeah. Have you heard of the library? Okay, cool. Do you know what that is?
He doesn't.
No, but is the Library of Babel is that have something to do with? I told you I'm not a.
This has nothing to do with.
I'm not a biblical text expert, and my argument's not hinged on that either.
Pause. This has nothing to do with the Bible. Actually, it has less than nothing to do with the Bible.
Right.
Okay, so what's your statement?
So I'm just going to ask again. Have you heard of the Library of Babel? Not the tower, the library.
Oh no, I have not.
Okay, great. So this is a project that some people put together, and it is a database of strings of letters, just random strings of letters. And it's at libraryofbabel.info. And this is so impressive. If you write anything that comes to mind, any lowercase string of letters, you could write, I love Mario Brothers, and it will
Oh,
find you in
and
the
eventually it will
database.
come up in the text
It'll,
because
no, it's already there. It'll
yeah,
find
it's
it for
already
you.
there. Right, right. And
Any up
all
to
of the words.
3,200 characters. And this literally, you can examine the code. It is a random letter generator. I think that that is far more impressive than any confirmation bias numerology that's going to happen from the New Testament.
Well,
For the reason that Justin listed, which is I don't have original manuscripts of the first 4 books of the New Testament, so I don't know what was said there to begin with. But this, I can look at the source code, right? I can see what the initial code was. I can actually, if I wanted to, go through the DNS and the whois and find the person who owns this and talk to them and say, hey, can you give me like the information for how you put this together? And they'll be like, here you go. And that to me is like, if I was able to write any of the crazy stuff that comes to my mind, you should hear me talk. Sometimes I say wild stuff. I can find it in here and I've tested it. That's super amazing to me.
well, have you tested this? And I'd like to maybe even if you could try it with just maybe even one sentence. If you could conjure this kind of conformity to this type of system. Let me just give you a few of the rules that are laid out in the rules here. Say if you were to take this passage, which it has so many words in it, the total number.
You haven't even
Oh,
told
the
us the
value.
passage yet. What you're saying
Man,
is nonsense.
well,
Give us the passage.
I'm not going to, it doesn't matter what the passage is.
Well, give me the passage so I can pull it up in Greek and verify if you're saying bullshit.
May I finish the rules I'm saying, and then we could try to do that?
I will be looking at your rules as I'm looking at the passage.
Okay, look,
no,
but see, may I
Redneck,
just.
you will not. You will give me the passage first.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, listen.
This is a no crying zone. Give me the passage.
Nobody's crying.
I will check
your. The other guy to speak.
I will check your claims against the passage. So what's the passage?
It doesn't matter what the passage is.
It does. You're the one bringing it up.
So do you have the Greek version of Matthew, the last chapter in Matthew in front of you?
I can get it. Yeah, is that what you want? The last chapter of Matthew?
Well, yes, in Greek.
Okay.
Last chapter of Matthew in Greek.
Which version of Greek? Do you want like the Nestle Allen Greek, Westcott and Hort Greek? Which critical apparatus?
The most ancient version of Greek that was around at the time that around the first century when these texts were written.
Well, we don't have one. The earliest is probably going to be Sinaiticus.
Okay, well that seems like that might be the most obvious choice then.
Okay, so like 5th century, cool. Maybe 4th century if you're being generous. Okay, so we're going to do Matthew 28 in the Sinaiticus. Let's see if I can open up a copy of.
And we don't have Greek that goes back as far as the 1st century?
No.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that.
Okay, I'm going to pull open Codex Sinaiticus from the actual website, and we'll go to Matthew 28. So what do you want to say about Matthew 28?
Okay, so then could you lay next to it you know how we had discussed how there's a value that each letter has a value representation as well. I could just he showed it, and I'll try to pull it up and see if I can do that. That way I can say let me see here. That what you had spoken about, and you know more about Greek than I do, but I'm just referring to the fact that Greek has each letter has a number value attached to it, and in some arbitrary way. Does it not?
No, but go ahead. I'm listening.
But you said before that it did.
Not in literature, no. Go ahead.
In what capacity does it have a number value attached to it?
Not in literature. Like when you're counting, it has numerical values. When you're doing literature, it does not.
Okay, so if you have the letter A, and you're counting, does that have a number value attached to it, or whatever A is, the first letter of the alphabet?
If you're
in
doing
Greek?
math, yes. If you're writing literature, no.
And are those symbols the same as the ones that are that are written for literature?
Yeah, they can be the same if you're doing math, not if you're doing literature.
Okay, but you can't make the jump here where if they're the same symbols, but they're used in different contexts. You can't see how you might be able to apply that. Oh wow, this A in this point when doing literature means A, the letter A, but over here it means the number one, but they're the same symbol.
That's exactly what I just said. I don't know why this is a problem
cannot
for
do
you.
that.
I'm still waiting for the proof.
So you can't do that.
I did do that. You weren't paying attention.
Okay. So then what you want to do is take this verse, this last verse of
Mhm.
Matthew,
Mhm.
and count the number of letters.
In
Attach
in which manuscript, by the way? Just in
the
Justus
very
Sinaiticus?
last, whatever's the oldest text,
The oldest one we
and
have.
the last 12 verses of
Should I
Matthew.
include the textual variants or not? Because there are textual variants.
Why are there textual variances?
Because some things are written in the margins. You see it on the screen. You see these red texts in the margin.
Was it written in the margin in the first century?
We have no
things written in the
manuscripts
margin?
from the first century. None. This
Were-
is the
so
this
were there
is the
footnotes-
oldest.
were there
This
footnotes?
is the oldest complete manuscript of the New
So-
Testament.
What you're talking about in the margins are footnotes, right?
Some of them are footnotes. Some of them are additions. Some of them are retractions. It
Or
depends.
let's not
There's a whole
let's not include
there's
retractions,
a
additions, or any of that.
there's a whole science behind how to read manuscript emendations.
Let's just take the text as it is written, not footnotes and stuff. Just
Okay.
take the what's written down there.
And you want to know how many words are in what?
The last 12 verses,
The last 12 verses? Why the last 12 verses?
because this is the specific portion that this person is referring to.
No, I want to know why the last 12 verses are relevant.
Because that's the portion that I know about that this person chose to use as an example of
No,
how
I'm
there
asking
is-
you not what they chose. I'm asking why the last 12 verses are relevant, but preceding 12 verses are not relevant. Why is that the case?
They are relevant, but that's not the portion that. Okay, listen. The codes are all over the whole Bible, and they link up from the New Testament to the Old Testament. But so this person took a snippet of one portion, a very small portion.
So the last 12 verses contain a code, but the prior 12 verses don't contain a code.
No, I did. That's not what I said. I said the prior 12 verses contain a code as well, but the one that this person chose to take a snippet of from to use as an example to show the type of coding that's laid within merely just those 12 verses and the detail and complexity that's laid in just those 12 can give you an example as an analogy for the way the complexity is laid out in the rest of the Bible and the way it's coded all together.
Can I ask
And
How many words do you think are there?
let's see what this guy says. He says that there are pardon me. I'm sorry. I'm scanning through. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. I went to the wrong one. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, of the vocabulary. Let's see. Right. Okay. Total vocabulary. I believe there were 98 words
Okay, so 98 words.
in this portion. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna put this on the scratch pad for everyone to see. In fact, you can't see it right now because the browser's open. So on the scratch pad, there are 98 words in the last 12 verses of Matthew 28. Okay, now for the sake of argument, let's just say that's true. I'm not going to waste my time counting it. Why does that matter?
Because it's divisible by 7 evenly.
Why the fuck do I care?
Well, because every single one
This
of these
is
rules.
this is the craziest bullshit I've ever heard. Okay,
Well, wait
so
a minute.
what you're
Let's see. I'd like to
suggesting
see. I'd like to see.
so what you're
No, listen.
suggesting is if I count the number of words that I want, I can make it divisible by I can do that shit with Harry Potter.
The number of words you want? No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Well,
So
well, you,
okay,
well,
so
okay, well,
this goes
okay.
exactly to what I thought it was going to,
No,
right?
no, you can't do. No, you can
this-
do it with if you choose.
This goes back to exactly what it said it was going to, which is why somebody arbitrarily selected 12 verses, and those arbitrarily selected 12 verses just happen to add up to a number that is divisible by 7. I didn't even do the math. I don't even know if it is in fact divisible by 7. We could do that real quick though. 1 second. I'm
Are
going
we
to turn
talking
my
about the last 12 verses of Matthew?
Yes.
The final 12 verses has
Yes.
98 words.
Right.
In Greek, in the Codex
In Greek.
Sinaiticus,
Yes.
it's 165.
Maybe it wasn't the. I'll tell you what. Maybe I'm wrong about the last 12. But hold on, give me a second.
you've placed your trust in dullards who don't know what they're doing.
I'm not placing any trust. This is something that this is a conjecture that now look. I've placed my trust in Christ, but what I haven't traced faithfully my trust in Chuck Missler or this Dr. Pannin guy. That's not what I'm saying here at all. Those two don't. I don't hinge one on the other at all. I do have a complete trust in Christ, but this is information that I've learned from outside of my knowledge of Christ that I'm curious about that I'd like to see you refute.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What outside of asking Justin have you done to verify that information?
I haven't done any.
Okay, cool. I'm going to tell you why, and I don't mean this in a mean way. I mean this I'm currently at work and I love my job, so I'm in such a good mood. So I'm not going to be mean to you.
I don't see why you would be mean. We're having a discussion.
Because I'm a mean person.
Well, you know what? I bet you probably are. You are the one who has to live with that every day.
Redneck,
I do.
Redneck, you don't.
Not even
redneck,
people you're mean to.
Redneck, you don't
have to live with that every
Redneck,
day.
I don't know if you know this. You don't have to talk every time Jeff talks. You can just listen sometimes.
Yeah, you don't,
I listen plenty.
And I'm going to tell you something. I have a PhD in Jeff from End of a Species. There
I'm
is
so proud of you.
zero about Jeff from End of a Species that you can tell me that I don't already know. So self-aware. I'm cool with it. I'm going to tell you this, and I don't mean it as mean as it's going to sound.
I don't care.
I don't care one iota about you telling us about this numerology thing that you haven't looked into, because it's like you're telling us that there is anchovies in Breyer's vanilla ice cream. And somebody told you that, and then you want to ask me, is there anchovies in Breyer's vanilla ice cream? Like, I don't care about that. Now, if you have a reason that you have your trust in Jesus, that's interesting to me, because that's the stuff that presumably you verified. The other stuff is boring. Like, we can refute that by accident. Like, I literally just pulled up the same thing that Justin did and started counting, and I got 165.
So Jeff, I also did. I just copy and pasted all the Greek words from Codex Sinaiticus for the last 12 verses, and I got 197 words.
Okay, let me make sure. I probably was wrong about which ones.
98 is not even close.
Well, let's see. Let's see if I. Okay, I believe
You're
the
probably more right than me,
the verse
because I
starts
would
with
eyeball it.
from verse 9 going to
Yeah, from verse 9 through 20.
Yep, that's what I copied.
Through 20.
I copied verse 9 to 20, and then I put it into Google Documents, and I told it to do a word count.
How many? 106?
197.
I eyeballed 165, but Justin accurately counted 197. And I'm going to go with Justin's because he put it in like, I'm counting, like pointing with my finger. He's got the actual count right there in front of us. So do you see why I'm saying that part is boring? Like me, like I don't want to tell you that you're like falling for a Nigerian prince scam. Because that's what it looks like. It looks like.
Okay, so why is there a discrepancy?
Hold on. Somebody's getting a phone call, and I don't know if it's Jeff or Redneck, but both of you swipe away real quick and come back. We'll make sure we can get it fixed up real quick. So we'll try this
Yeah,
again.
I'm good.
I think it was Redneck. I assume it wasn't Jesus calling, but
Yeah,
if it
well,
was, he's telling them that this is a bad
I assume
argument.
it wasn't Jesus calling, but if it was,
Yeah,
No,
he
I-
still had the echo.
Okay, Redneck, you haven't swiped away yet. Swipe away from the app, go to the home screen of your phone, and then open the app back up again. Or just leave. I mean, it's just as well. He didn't have an argument.
I did. Look, I don't. I'm normally super mean about this stuff, but like, I feel like when I heard this thing from a guy and I never checked it. I just see people going to Western Union to send $250 to some guy in Nigeria. That's what I see in my head. Because if you didn't check it, but then you're going up in front of, did you say 2,000? 2,000 people to say, this is the thing that I know, and isn't it cool? Cooler than the thing that you can verify. By the way, I found the phrase "the Bible is false" in the Library of Babel. Insanity, but like
It's a miracle.
once you see that and you're like, no, this thing that I haven't looked at is so much cooler because it has all of these numbers that I haven't looked at and I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad for people who like, you're gonna get conned and scammed in your life over and over and over again.
Yeah. And he did, didn't he?
Merciless.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
it's so bad.
hey, we got time for another. Let me grab another guest. We'll pull him in, and then we'll do super chats at the end. So let's grab Philip and see what Philip has to say. I do like doing super chats in between the guests, but we talked to that one guest for 2 hours, and now I know if I start reading super chats now, all the guests will actually leave because it's going to take like an hour to get through them. So I want to get a guest in here, then we'll do super chats. We'll probably start doing super chats at 4 o'clock, friends. Maybe 4:10. We'll try to get a good conversation in here, though. If Philip can connect, Philip might not be able to connect, but to move on to the next guest. I don't think Philip can connect. They're on that new Mega Mobile plan with that fake gold telephone he's selling for like $500.
Oh my God. That website is a thing of nightmares.
I still can't believe that he didn't connect. All right, well, we'll move on to Keith. I thought I actually just talked to Keith like earlier this week, so this should be a lot of fun. Welcome back, Keith.
Hey, my man. How you doing, guys?
Doing good. Keith, I assume you came back because you read something between our last conversation and now, and you came to prove me wrong.
Well, no, not read something. I was trying to go back up yesterday, but your what do you call that? Your mod didn't want me to come up because you were reading your super chat. So I was like, I'll be respectful about it. But I had my kids with me, so my kids start having fun. So
Keith, you got a really bad echo. Can you? Are you on speakerphone? What's happening over there?
hold up, just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
There you go. Good.
I think it's good right now.
Yeah, sorry. I was on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And I
right.
guess-
Yeah.
Oh, so I would like to do one correction about the eunuch thing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So eunuch is an encompassing term, right?
I mean, it could be broad. I think the question we're having right now is how did they make eunuchs to the people in Bible times?
Yeah, so from the Middle East, there's actually a giant essay on this as well. So I should refer to my essay. But it was a part of the castrina where it was they castrated by cleaning, cut off both penis and both genitalia were removed. So that's what I was inferring when I was reading eunuch, because that's the essay is actually written by a man who lives in the Middle East, who's doing history of the Middle East. So
Right, but we're talking about the Jews.
yeah, so the Jews are in the Middle East.
I do agree. Do you think that the Jews were doing that?
Yes. You have both circumstances. So sometimes people will have just the genitalia removed, and sometimes it'll be both. So that's what the paper was talking about. And then
Sure.
even in other cultures, say French Chinese. So that's, yeah. The definition we're using right now is just the simplistic definition, but historically that's been, it encompassed both of those. And then back
Well, I'm saying
to
the word castration can, right? And I'm certainly aware that different people groups had different customs. I know that in ancient China, there were eunuchs that literally had their penises removed. No one, I don't think anyone's questioning whether or not the word can mean both. I'm suggesting that the eunuchs of the Bible, when it talks about eunuchs, the majority of the time, they're typically referring to people that have been castrated. But I mean, listen, if you think it refers to people who had their penises cut off, I don't know if that makes it any
oh
better.
no, I'm saying both of them. So when I'm reading it, I'm going to do both of them because you had the cult prostitutes, and then you just had the generic. So you had those people who were serving in high palaces. So say for instance, the story of Meshach and Abednego, they were castrated. So it's be able to distinguish both, but it's an encompassing term. So when I'm using that term, it's encompassing that. So
Yeah,
just a heads up.
because I don't really know how this fixes the problem. So the question we were having was whether or not eunuchs in the Bible had their penises lopped off or just their balls.
No, I'm saying in circumstantial, but the word encompasses both. That's what I'm simply saying.
No, the
So
word has a
I'm not
semantic range, and depending on where you
correct,
lived, it could be one or the other or both. I'm asking for the
and I'm
evidence
saying both.
that among the Jews, castration meant that you would have your thing lopped off.
It would be applied to the people around them. So say for instance, the cult prostitutes.
That well, there were no cult prostitutes in Israel. In fact, God specifically forbade it. And the cult prostitutes that would have been in Israel would have been following the customs of their people because they're in Israel.
No. So the people around them, because you had sojourners, so the law was supposed to be applied to both the sojourners and the people of Israel.
No, I agree. If
So
somebody came from
yeah,
outside the land and they were a cult prostitute, say in Assyria, sure, it's possible that according to the local Syrian custom that they were abiding by, that they got their thing lopped off.
correct. And so when they came into the land, when you read Isaiah, like you read last time, if they wanted to practice, say for instance, leave their old ways, they were also grafted in.
But
So they're able to be
I don't think you
grafted in.
understand why eunuchs were part of the conversation. Do you recall why we were talking about eunuchs?
Yes, because of slavery.
No,
And so we can,
I don't believe
yeah.
so. Maybe I forgot the conversation. I brought up the eunuchs as far as I recall. Shit, I don't even know why I brought up eunuchs at this point.
So the eunuchs are
How do eunuchs make slavery okay? Is that what you're getting at?
Oh no, I didn't say make slavery okay. I said they were able to get freed. So you
Oh
said
no,
was
that's not
people.
certainly the case. You're not on this bad talking point again, are you?
No, it's not a
It's
bad talking
crazy
point.
that you think lopping your
So,
penis off is going to make you a Hebrew that's allowed to be freed from slavery.
no, you're kind of straw man. You're straw manning me, man. So let me clarify if you don't
So
mind.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm going to catch everybody up. So you had a
Yeah,
crazy theory yesterday, or whenever we talked, that as long as a foreign slave became an Israelite, they could be freed.
correct.
That's not in the Bible.
Okay, so I would like for you to turn to Leviticus. What is it? Leviticus 25.
I'm glad you brought it up. Let's do Leviticus 25. These people, they never learn. Yeah, what specifically in Leviticus 25? Do you want to talk about verses 39 to 44?
No, actually 10 through just 10.
These are addressing actual Hebrew people. It says you shall hallow in the 50th year, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all of its inhabitants. It shall be a
False.
jubilee for you.
So it says all the inhabitants, right?
Mhm.
Does that exclude anybody, or is that all? Because
Do you know
all is an encompassing word, right?
do you know what the jubilee was?
Yeah, the 50th year, right?
Yeah, and what happens in the jubilee?
And the jubilee, Each of you shall return to his property, and each of you
Ah,
shall return to his clan.
there we go. It's about property and clans, right?
Now, quick question: how does the Bible describe clans as being?
The clans are of the Israelite clans.
No, it is not.
It is.
No, it's not. So
It
if you were to
is.
go to Genesis chapter 17 and verse 14, any uncircumcised male who
The
is not, oh,
the
sorry,
clans
not
didn't
that,
exist
sorry.
yet then.
Yes, they were.
They
So
did
this
they
is
did not.
Genesis. I will actually disregard that. So Genesis 10 verse 20.
The Hebrew clans did not exist yet.
You're only using that as the Hebrew clans, but the law was
That's who
given
this is
to.
addressing. This is
No,
addressing
it's
the
not.
Hebrews. Leviticus 25 is instructions for the Hebrews.
All the people of the land. The
Yes, the
law was for the.
Hebrews.
No. So were the Gentiles allowed to practice how they wanted to in the land, or they were subjected to the law of the land?
They were subjected to the law of the land.
Law of the land. So that means everyone. When it says all inhabitants, that doesn't exclude the people who are sojourning.
All right, Keith,
All.
try to actually follow what I'm saying this time. Okay. Who in the land is allowed to have ancestral property passed down from generation to generation? And who does God specifically make laws for so that they won't lose their property?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about property. I'm talking about clans.
I'm talking about properties and clans. So answer the question.
So that's a distinguishing, right? And means what? It's a distinguishing marker. So properties are separate from clans and clans. So
I
that's a
said
distinguishing, right?
properties and clans. Which people
And I'm
group,
talking about clans.
Keith, in the Old Testament does God specifically lay out laws protecting them so that they won't lose their ancestral property, which is given according to their clan?
The properties giving towards a clan, that's encompassing. So it's talking about the
We'll try this
Jew.
again. I said
So-
who, what people group, which ones, which people group does God give specific laws to that prevents them from losing their ancestral property that was distributed by clan?
Yeah, it's the Jew.
Thank you. That's the
The-
right word. Okay, so the Jews.
Well-
So God is concerned in the sabbatical year and in the year of Jubilee about the people returning to their properties.
And clans.
Yes, of the Israelites.
No, it's not the Israelites, my man.
The Israelites.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Nope, it's the Israelites. You want me to show you where?
No. You're not listening. So
You want
just
me to
like
show
when I
you
was
where?
saying, you remember when I said Abraham was a Hebrew? The
Want me
law
to
was
show you
given to
where?
the Hebrews. The
The
law
more-
was given to the
Keith,
Hebrews,
just
right?
like last time we talked, the more you talk, the more silly you look when I show you why you're wrong. So it's up to
No,
you
I'm
how silly you
not
want to
wrong.
look.
The scholars even agree upon me with this.
They actually don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Okay. Which scholar would you like to quote, my man?
I'm just going to show you right now why you're wrong.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
saying you said the scholars don't, so you're contrary. So which scholar would you like to quote?
I would quote, for example, Jacob Milgram. He wrote probably the most famous extract commentary on Leviticus ever. In fact, if you read any commentary on Leviticus, they're going to quote you from Jacob Milgram's commentary. You can also read like Nahum Sarnum or Baruch Levine or David W. Baker. I mean, there's lots of Old Testament scholars who have written on the book of Leviticus, and these are like real scholars, not like some guy you found on the internet.
And they talk about this particular topic.
Yeah, they sure do. And do you want to
So-
see why it's referring to the Israelites or not?
Quick. So what's the name of that scholar you quoted?
Do you want to see why from the Bible why it's referring to Israelites? Yes or no?
I've already read the law, my man. That's
Okay,
what I'm saying. It's
so
when
I'll
it's
just read
talking
it to
about
you.
clan, when
If
it's
any
talking
who
about
are
clan,
dependent upon you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Okay, so these are people that are going to serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Follow?
Mm-hmm.
And they're not slaves. They're hired or bound laborers, right? They became poor. Now they're bound laborers, right?
Wait, can you say that again?
They're bound laborers.
No. Can you say it again?
They're
If any-
not slaves. They are bound laborers.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. So again, this chapter is about the ancestral property. Now you might be asking, of who? Well, it tells you, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. Those are Hebrews. The Hebrews came out of the land of Egypt. God is concerned for the ancestral property of the Hebrews. That's what the year of Jubilee is about. That's why he goes on to tell you
Just go.
about the
What is
slaves that you can actually
what?
possess forever. That's why he says in verse 46 of the foreigners,
Can you
not the
go to verse
Hebrews,
44?
you may keep them as a
What does
possession
verse
for your
44
children
say?
after them, for you to
What
inherit
does
as property. And
what
again, in the
does
Hebrew,
no verse
Keith,
44?
I don't know if you know this. I'll tell you again. They cannot hear you when you talk while I'm talking. My mic is louder than yours. Every time you talk while I'm talking, you're wasting every single breath that leaves your lips. So if you want me to read what you want to read, you have to wait for me to stop talking. So now 44 starts a section that is detailing if you can't own your own fellow Hebrews as slaves, who can you own as slaves? And he tells you, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves, and then also from their children, and so on and so forth. And how long can you keep them? Forever. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property, leolam, forever.
And that's where I said it distinguishings, right? Is there a distinguisher?
There's a distinguishing between the Israelites and the
Pro-
non-Israelites. The non-Israelites can be slaves forever. The Israelites are, in fact, slaves temporarily.
And so it says property, right? When I'm using the term
Yes,
clan,
they
is
become
clan,
your property.
okay. And so clan and nation. Is there a distinguisher between clan and nation in Genesis?
It depends on which book of the Bible. So in Genesis, you could say there's a distinguishing between the clans and the nation because the nation of Israel had multiple clans.
So that's what I'm saying. If you were to go to Genesis chapter 10, verse 20, these are the sons of Ham by their clans. So when I'm saying if they're a slave in the Hebrew around them on the year of Jubilee, they were released back to their clans, back to their
Only
own
if
lands.
you are Hebrew.
It's not only Hebrew, my man.
It's only Hebrews.
It's not. It's just like, for instance,
We'll try this again. 'Cause I know you weren't listening the first time I read it. I always have to read this 5 times, so I'll do it like really slowly this time, right? It says, "Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For this is the because, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt." Those are all Israelites. He didn't bring the foreigners out of the land of Egypt. He brought the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. The Israelites are the ones that go back to their ancestral property. The foreigners
correct.
are your property. They are your slaves forever.
And I'm saying when it says clans, you're with the properties are default within what? Within their clans. That's a default.
Okay,
So why do you
here's
say
what you're going to do,
and
Keith, because you did this last time we talked. You're going to address the point that I raised and stop pivoting to a new point.
I'm
Why
not.
did God say about these people that they came out of the land of Egypt? Why did he say that? And who came out of Egypt?
The children of Israel. They
Okay.
were slaves.
Now, did he say that the people are going to go back to their land because they are God's people who he brought out of the land of Egypt?
Yes.
Okay. Did he bring anybody out of Egypt that weren't Israelites?
Yes.
Who?
Anyone who wanted to come.
Show me that in the book. Show me where it says that non-Israelites left. Shit, it might be that we're not told, but many did. I'd even believe it. If the Exodus was real, I believe that there were some Egyptians that were like, I'm going to get the fuck out of here. But I don't think that the Bible actually says that.
Uh-oh. Is Zechariah up? Medea, can you... Oh, sorry. One moment. Daddy duties. Give me 1 second.
Some people never learn. I thought Keith was going to come back on a new topic. I did not know he was going to come up and try to get cooked on the same topic. Oh boy.
And yes, they were.
Who? Show me in the Bible. Shit, you might be right. I just need to see it.
Where is it? The fleeing slaves do not return the slaves to their masters. Where is it?
That's a whole different passage. You're referring to Deuteronomy 15:23, I think.
Correct.
That doesn't say what you wanted to say.
That the Gentiles, anyone who was believing, were encompassed within the children of Israel?
Doesn't say anything like that, actually.
So do not return the slaves to their masters because you were once sojourners in a... So it doesn't say that?
Not the way you think it does. It doesn't say do not return a slave to his master. Not the way you said it. Want to see what it actually says?
Sure.
Okay, I'll read it to you. It's actually, first of all, it's referring to foreigners, and second of all, it's not. I don't think it's referring to runaway slaves, and neither did the ancient rabbis think that as well. The ancient Hebrew rabbis agree with me on this particular topic. So, what we find in Deuteronomy, I'll show it. There we go. Deuteronomy 23:15. I said 15:23. I got that backwards. 23:15. Now, in some English translations, it might say something akin to, you shall not turn over to the master a slave who has been delivered to you from his master. But this is not only generic, it's slightly deceptive, because what it actually says in the original Hebrew is, you shall not turn over to the master a slave who has been delivered or given to you by his master. This is not a runaway slave. It's a slave who has been delivered to you. Meaning it's a slave who was purchased, who is emancipated, and a foreigner at that, which is why it says such individuals will live with you in any place that they may choose among the settlements in your midst, wherever they please. You must not ill-treat them because they're foreigners. And the ancient rabbis agree. Kudashin in the Talmud says this verse is speaking of one who acquires a slave not to enslave him, but in order to emancipate him. Yevamot 93 says this verse is speaking of the one who buys a slave on the condition to free him. Gittin 45, this verse is speaking of one who acquires a slave in order to emancipate him. And you might be answering or asking, why would someone buy a slave in order to emancipate them? Because almost 50% of slave purchases in the ancient world, a lot of them were actually adoptions. You would purchase a slave, you would adopt them out of slavery, and then you can use them in your household if you didn't have a son or a daughter. In fact, if you needed a daughter and you couldn't find a daughter, you could adopt a slave and make her a daughter. If you needed a son, you could adopt a slave and make her a son. But part of the rules of slave adoptions is once you adopted them into your household, you couldn't return them to slavery. You couldn't do it. Now, you could also just set them free, of course. You could just emancipate them, which is what the ancient rabbis thought was happening.
They thought that was happening.
Now, most modern scholars will tell you that this could refer to a runaway slave, but specifically a foreign runaway slave, because most of the ancients had like these national agreements with the neighboring other nations saying, if one of your slaves runs away to me, I'll return it. If one of my slaves runaways to you, you return it. And then here's the reward or penalty for such behavior. Israel didn't have anything like that. Israel did have a runaway slave, or did have a procedure for gathering runaway slaves. And in fact, we see it in Second Kings. In Second Kings, there's a guy named Shammai who has runaway slaves. They go all the way down to the area of the Philistines, and he goes down there to retrieve them. It's in, let me grab you the passage. It's going to be 1 Kings 2:39. Sorry, not 2 Kings. 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 39 is where we find that. So yeah, this nonsense about how slaves could just run away and get their freedom, that's not a thing that actually existed. There we go. Let's grab 39. But it happened at the end of 3 years that 2 of Shammai's slaves ran away to King Achish, son of Maacah of Gath. When it was told to Shammai, your slaves are in Gath, Shammai arose, saddled a donkey, and went to Achish in Gath to search for his slaves. Shammai went and brought his slaves from Gath. That was an Israelite. He was doing what people were doing at the time period, namely retrieving their runaway slaves.
But again, I'm talking about the freeing of slave Gentiles.
Yeah, there's nothing in the Bible that says you can free your Gentile slaves.
Yeah, when they convert.
Nope, doesn't say that.
You're considered a Jew once you convert.
You're not. You're still a foreigner living in the land. Just because you're following the law of the land doesn't mean you're part of their people. That's why your property, it says your property and your property forever, which again, you've never addressed. We've read it 10 times. You have never addressed the fact that it says that they will be your property forever. Address that.
Yeah, if they remain within their, say, for instance, cultural norms, they're stuck there. But if you were to get circumcised and become a Jew, you are now underneath the Jewish law.
Yeah, but you don't become a Jew.
Yet by being circumcised, my man.
No, you don't.
So, say, for instance, with Abraham, you'll notice when you go to Abraham, when he's talking about circumcision, God gives explicit directions to Abraham. If any of the slaves among you
To
refuse
circumcise
be
his slaves.
circumcised-
Yes.
No. If they refuse to be circumcised, they are now cut off.
Yeah. You kill them.
The slave, right?
Yeah, you kill them.
No, it's not. It's not being killed.
No, it means
says cut
kill.
off,
It explicitly tells you in Leviticus that when people are taken out and stoned, it says cut off. It says their guilt will be upon them.
Yeah,
We know what cut off means.
No. Cut off it's an encompassing term.
I don't
can
think
be
you know what that
ostracized
means.
Yeah, it's an encompassing term. So just like I was saying, a what do you call that? A eunuch. There's different factors with being a eunuch. To be cut off does not mean, oh, you'll be cut off as in being killed. Killed is a part of that, but you can be ostracized from the community, as in being kicked out or set out of the community. So say, for instance, when people were breaking the law, they would be put out of, when the children of Israel were in the desert, when they were cut off from me, set apart, they pushed them out of the community for a certain time period, and then you're reinstitutionalized after a cleansing period.
No, it doesn't say that. Nope, wrong again. The word cut off from the people means that you've been removed from the people, and quite often it means that you were killed. Doesn't always mean that you're killed, but it certainly does quite often mean that you were.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're saying it's meaning that directly, but I'm saying no, it doesn't.
It does. Want me to show you where?
If anyone refused to be circumcised, they will be killed.
No, I didn't say they'll be killed. They'll be cut off. What I'm saying is that in the Bible, the phrase "cut off" means you're removed from your people, and quite often it also
Quite often, right?
Keith, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking. No one hears you. It also often means, especially in the book of Leviticus, that you're going to get stoned because you killed somebody outside of the city, outside, cut off from the people. That's why it says that you'll cut them off and they'll be stoned and their blood will be upon them. I'm not saying every time a person was cut off from the people that they're going to die. What I'm saying
Correct.
is that people who don't get circumcised get removed from the community, and or they even get killed. I don't think it matters if they get killed, but you're still missing the point, because being circumcised as a slave is non-optional. That's why the priests have to make sure all of their slaves are in fact circumcised. They don't not become slaves once you circumcise them.
Yeah, that was my question. Like
That verse. Can we go to that verse?
Hold on 1 second. In Genesis 17, when Abraham is told to circumcise his slaves, is there a second command that says, "Then set them free"?
Wait, say again.
Genesis 17. That's what you're referring to when God says to Abraham to circumcise all of his slaves, right?
Yeah, he tells them to circumcise his slaves, but if you go to Genesis 17, verse 14, and any males who is not circumcised.
Let's talk about the ones that are. Let's talk about the ones that are. Are they freed?
No.
Okay. So I don't know what we're doing.
It's okay. Keith is concussed. He has no idea what he's doing. I think what he's trying to say is that once you become circumcised, you're no longer a slave because you're an Israelite, but that's just not in the book.
But if that were true, then Abraham's slaves would have been freed if once they were circumcised.
But they certainly weren't.
Yeah.
If you're a foreign slave in Israel, you're a foreign slave, and you're a foreign slave for life. And he's gone. I've never heard someone. Oh, he's come back. We'll see what I have to say about this.
There you go. Sorry, I had audio issues.
Yeah.
And so I was saying, yeah, if you're a foreign slave in the sense of you're still practicing the way you practice, yeah, you're stuck to bound. But
It doesn't
once
say
you
that in the
become-
book. Not only does it not say that in the book, it doesn't even make it better. Because all you're saying is that it's okay to enslave people as long as they don't believe what you believe.
No, are you talking about like our modern version of slavery?
There's literally no difference between the transatlantic slave trade and what we see in the Bible. None.
So, say for instance, are you saying like cattle slavery? Because that's exactly what.
Chattel slavery, yeah. When somebody becomes your property for life, they're not free to leave, and they have to do what you tell them, or you beat them with a stick. That's what the Bible says you can do.
My man.
It's like you
Chattel
weren't even
slavery?
listening the first time we talked. What do you think a chattel slave is?
So chattel slavery is when you go out and you grab somebody, right?
No.
That's literally what chattel slavery means.
No, that's not what it means.
It does.
No, it doesn't. How much money you want to put on it?
Oh, chattel slavery.
I've never seen someone so confident and know so little.
Like they even say this online very clearly. They say there's a difference between historical slavery versus.
What do you think the word chattel even means?
My hand is numb.
Are you aware that chattel is a modifier for the word slavery?
Where is it at? Slavery. Oh, doggone it. It came up right.
Yeah, doggone it. It came up with a definition that's not yours. I know. Chattel means property, Keith.
Chattel slavery.
which means if you're a chattel slave, you are a slave as property. You're someone's property.
Okay. Right here. There's actually a whole article on it as well.
You don't need a whole article.
What
You
is
just
the
need a
difference between
definition.
chattel slavery and ancient? What is the difference between chattel slavery?
Whoa,
which is
slow down, Keith.
and
Slow
ancient
down. We
slavery,
asked you
right?
for a definition. Give me the definition.
And it's saying, look, the institution of slavery has been taken various forms throughout history. With two,
Keith, I'm going to need you to stop yapping about the article you found. We can address that next. The first thing we're going to do is talk about the definition of chattel slave. That's where we're at. I know that like you're really uncomfortable right now because you just looked up the definition and that doesn't say what you wanted to say. And now you found an article that thinks is going to help you, but it's not going to help you. So try to focus. We can get to whatever BS claims are in your article next. Right now, we're talking about what the word chattel slave means. Can you focus on that for a moment?
it's to say, for instance, go capture somebody and make them your
Show
slave
me
for-
where that definition is. Because the definition from dictionary.com, from Merriam-Webster, from literally everywhere else says a chattel slave is a slave owned as property.
Keith, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When our people were slaves and they were bred, the children of those slaves, were they also chattel slaves?
Yeah, they had no rights. A
Okay.
chattel slave had no rights.
Did anybody go anywhere to capture those children, or were they just born as slaves?
They were born as slaves, but the encompassing means what?
Look, aside from that, they did have rights. They just
didn't.
They just weren't treated as people.
No,
Like
they had no rights.
Yeah, they did.
No, they
Slaves
did.
had no rights.
They did.
They absolutely.
What rights did a slave have?
There were laws on the books where you couldn't unalive a slave. There were laws on the books where you couldn't be like overly harsh to a slave. Now, whether or not they followed that everywhere,
Those laws were actually sourced from where?
We have the law codes. Like the Virginia slave laws are maybe the most popular example, but we have law codes from the time period telling you what you can and cannot do with your slaves.
But that's not the point. The point is, you said that a chattel slave is a slave that you go out and go capture and bring them back. But nobody captured the kids. They were chattel.
The parents, right, were captured. And so because their parents were captured.
The kids were not.
So what are you saying? When someone's born, they're just instantly a slave?
No, I'm saying typically. No, look, there are scenarios where somebody is a slave and their kids are not slaves, right? That's possible, right?
Yeah, it's a possible scenario, but
Okay.
I'm saying, are you using?
But in this case, the kids were slaves and they were still considered chattel. Chattel just means property.
Yeah, but when I'm using chattel slavery, I'm making a distinction. So I'm not just using the
You're not.
Look, this is an idiosyncratic distinction, and actually, it's one. We're not even 30 days away from Juneteenth, and it's one that's starting to irritate me. What is the point that you're trying to make? Like, what's your overarching point?
What he wants to say is that the African American slave trade is different than what was in the Bible, but it's not going to work.
Well, let's say I grant that. Are you saying that there's some type of slavery that's nice?
So people go to jail and they're forced to do labor. Is that slavery?
That's jail. I'm just asking you: is there some type of look? Look, you're not gonna. No, that's not what I'm saying. If that was what I was saying, those words are available to me. I could have said that. I'm asking you if you think that there's a type of slavery that's nice.
That's nice. Slavery overarching is not really say for instance a great thing, but it happened historically for reasons.
It was a yes or no question. I don't know why you couldn't say yes or no. Try it again, Jeff.
Slavery.
Slavery a good
It's a
thing
logical
to you?
fallacy. It's just that's
What's the
part of
fallacy?
logical fallacy.
Hold on. What's the fallacy? Now you're really
bet money Keith doesn't know any logical fallacies.
Is it a formal fallacy or an informal fallacy? Me asking you a question.
No, I'm saying the question you're asking.
Yeah, how is a question a fallacy? Which fallacy is it?
It's the yes or no
The
question.
yes or no fallacy, is that a formal fallacy or an informal fallacy?
I've literally never heard of the yes or no fallacy. I think what
Seeing
you,
as yes
I
or
think
no,
what
It's
you
a
it's
loaded
want,
question
literally
fallacy.
I think what
It's
you
a
want is
loaded
the
question.
false Oh, you can't see it because it's green. I think you want the false dichotomy fallacy, but that's not what a false dichotomy means.
and just so you know, and the reason it's not is because the third law of logic is literally that everything is either yes or no. So it can't be a fallacy.
It's a
So now,
loaded
do you
question
think
fallacy.
a what?
It's a loaded question.
It's not. That's not
What's
what.
the
That's
loaded?
not what little question is.
What am I? The question here. I'm gonna render the question again, and you tell me what assumption do I have in my question. Do you think that there is a form of slavery that is nice?
Yes.
Okay, good. See, so there was no fallacy in the question. You were able to answer it. What form of slavery is nice?
Romans 9, Christ calls.
Christ. Finish the sentence. Christ calls.
Christ
go
calls
ahead.
his disciples his friends, but we call him master. He is our what? Our slave master, right?
Is that voluntary?
Is it voluntary?
Yeah.
Well, depending on what
Do,
denomination
do
you
I
follow.
do I volunteer to be Christ's slave?
It's either you're going to be a Christ slave or you're going to be a
Do
say,
I
Satan's slave.
volunteer to be Christ's slave? Yes or no?
I would say.
Or does he force you to be his slave?
Denominations don't help you here, by the way.
Well, it does, because you have some denominations who hold to what, as what we call the 5 points of Calvinism.
We'll try this
Yeah.
again. Does God force people to be his slaves, or do we choose to be his slaves?
It's free choice. You're going to have a slave master no matter
Okay,
what.
there we go. So we're talking about different things. We're talking about
And I would
owning
even-
another human being against their will.
And I would even say that it's not free choice.
You don't have an option?
No, Jeff,
No.
don't start that conversation. We're never going to finish the first conversation. He'll never get
Oh,
it.
you're right. You're right.
It's way over
I'll
his
just
head.
grant it. I'll just grant it. But look, in the same way that you say that biblical slavery in Leviticus is not the same as as chattel slavery in the Americas, I'm going to say whatever the fuck slavery you were just talking about in Romans 9 doesn't even come close to the type of slavery that is described in Leviticus. So it's two different things.
Yeah. So let me ask one more question, because we're past our time. We have to get to the super chats. Let me ask one question, Keith. What is the difference between the Bible's form of slavery and the Americans going and purchasing slaves from the nations and bringing them back here? What's the difference?
One of the primary differences is, like, say, for instance, you weren't allowed in the Bible's terms. You couldn't go out and just take somebody.
That's wrong. Want me to read you where it says you can do that?
So, are you sure?
Yeah. And first of all, I didn't say take, I said purchase. So you've already tried to straw man what I said. I didn't say anything
But-
about kidnapping, but the Bible does allow for kidnapping. Numbers 31, Deuteronomy 20, Deuteronomy 21. So
We're talking about
so
slavery,
So
though.
we'll try this again. What's the difference between the Americans going on ships, buying a bunch of slaves from Africa, and bringing them back here? What's the difference between that and what was happening in the Bible?
The difference is those who actually did that were supposed to be killed. In the say, for instance.
Okay, show me
if
that in the
you're-
Bible where it says going and purchasing slaves
can I
means you should
finish?
be killed.
No, can I finish?
You can finish, but you're going to be wrong no matter how many words
No,
it takes you to finish.
Okay, you're just interjecting me now. But I'm saying, if a man goes out and captures another man,
I didn't say
You should
capture,
be
I said
put to death.
purchase.
purchase, you're allowed to purchase the slaves around you.
I
Like-
agree. Yeah. So what's the difference between purchasing African slaves and purchasing foreign slaves in ancient Israel? What's the difference?
The difference is you can actually be set free
Okay, show me where it says the foreign slaves can be set free.
if they became a Jew.
That's not in the book. You spent yesterday and today trying to convince me of that. You haven't found a single fucking verse that agrees with you, not even one.
So are only Israelites allowed to partake in the meal?
Partaking in
Passover.
food, partaking
Passover.
in the laws of the land doesn't make you part of the people group. It doesn't mean that you're now a Jew. It doesn't mean that you're now free.
It does. A
It
Passover.
does not.
This is
If
why.
You
you a
have
Pas-
to follow it. You don't get to. You have to, Keith. It's not fucking optional. If you live in that land, you must follow the laws of the land. There is one law for both the native-born Hebrew and the foreigners. You don't get to choose to follow the law. You have to. So everybody living in the land is following that law. That didn't make all the foreigners Jews.
Did the slave partake in the meal?
Yes, because
Passover.
everybody did. The
No.
command was for all of Israel, all of them.
Quick question.
So the Passover
Well,
meal.
quick
Did
question,
you have to be
Keith,
circumcised in order
Keith,
to partake in
Keith.
the Passover meal?
Everybody did, because it was a sacred rite that made you clean according to the law of Moses. You cannot partake in God's covenant meal or in God's celebratory meal unless you are already abiding by the laws of cleanliness.
Keith,
So
were
if you're
black
abiding by the
people
laws of cleanliness,
Keith?
you're a Jew, right?
Keith?
No.
No. Keith, were black people forced to go to were black people forced to go to church when they were slaves?
That has nothing to do with.
Were black I'm just going to ask the question again. Were black people as slaves forced to take part in Christianity?
Yeah.
Were there black people who came to the Americas and purchased their family as slaves to free them?
Yeah, and then there were black people who purchased slaves.
To free them, yes.
No, not to free them, to enslave them. Actually, the first African American who actually fought for the right to own a slave for a lifetime was, I believe, in the Virginias. It was an African American.
What was his name?
It's actually a whole documentary on this. One moment. Is it all right if you give me time to just look him up?
Sure. I see the research on the white supremacist sites is like buzzing.
Where is he at? Come on, where is it at? There you go. William Ellison Jr.
William Ellison,
Jr. Born
unalive.
April 17,
William Ellison, the entire thing with William Ellison was about his estate going to his children or his wife.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, then what was the court case that William Ellison brought up to keep slaves for life?
One moment. I gotta put it up now. I'm trying to find the case number. So, where's the case number?
The fun thing is we haven't even got to Exodus 21 yet, which is going to nuke his position.
I'm actually going to have to. Is it all right if I
You
get
can
back
look
to you?
look it up and come
on
back
the-
tomorrow. We're going to end on Exodus 21 because I got only a couple minutes left before I got to get to super chats. Exodus 21 says exactly the thing he doesn't want it to say. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. So these are Hebrews, keep in mind. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, So these are children now of the Hebrew man. The wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out alone. So the male Hebrews get to go out alone. Even if you give a wife to your male Hebrew temporary servant or temporary slave, the wife and the children remain permanent slaves of the owner, even though they're Hebrew. So, Keith, you should consider the fact that these are bad talking points, which is why you're literally the first person who's ever even attempted this talking point. I had this slave conversation with hundreds of people before you, and you're the only person ever that's ever attempted this bad talking point. And the reason why is because even Christian apologists know that this isn't a true talking point.
It's actually a true talking point if
It's
you
not.
read it in context.
I
It
have.
is.
I have.
That's why I'm saying only people who were circumcised were able to partake in the say for instance,
It didn't
meal.
make them not slaves.
It did.
It didn't, because then there wouldn't be a single slave among the Israelites, not a single one. It doesn't make you not a slave.
It does not make it makes you treat it what?
It doesn't make you
oh,
treated anything. It makes you a slave that's been circumcised and cleaned according to the law. That's what it makes you.
that makes you a free man.
No, it fucking doesn't.
It does, my man.
No, it does not.
So what was the purpose? So why would you want to be circumcised then?
To be clean.
You had to. It wasn't your choice. You didn't get to. You didn't choose to. You had to be circumcised. You're a slave.
No.
You don't get a choice. You don't get to choose.
So
Were Abraham's slaves freed when they were circumcised? Yes or no?
the Abraham slaves had a choice.
Were they circumcised?
They were not all of them. I don't know.
Show me that
I
in the
don't care.
passage.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I just want to know the ones that were
The
circumcised.
passage you're referencing is
I just-
17:14. It says
Keith.
if they choose not to be.
Keith, I just want to know the ones that were circumcised, were they freed?
If they wanted to leave, yeah, they could.
Show me that verse in the Bible.
Yeah, let's look at that.
That's the option. Could you walk away from the
No,
land?
show me that
Hold on.
verse.
No,
You know the logic of that means that after this law, that Abraham would have 0 slaves, because the ones who were circumcised were freed and the ones who were not were cut off, means get rid of them. So he wouldn't have any more slaves. They're
No,
either freed
because-
or kicked out.
Because a slave depended on his master for survival. That's why you have to understand slavery from a historical standpoint. not
What?
the modern day
That's
standpoint.
crazy. No, they did not.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on,
they did.
hold on. Time out, Keith. If they depended on their master for survival, then why the fuck would they leave in the year of Jubilee to their wherever?
Because they have something to go back home to.
So they don't
So then-
depend on them.
If they want, now remind you, there's laws in there that says, "Oh, I love my master. I'm going to pierce my ears." Why would you want to do
That's
that?
for Hebrews. I'm just asking you, in the year
No,
of Jubilee, in the year
why
of
would
Jubilee,
they-
hold on. You said
why
that
would they want to do
slaves.
that?
You said that slaves depended on their master for survival, but you're also saying that in the year of Jubilee they were freed. They got to leave.
If they wanted to,
If they want, it doesn't say that.
it does.
It doesn't, Keith. We've
That's
been
why that's why
Keith, stop talking. Just stop. We
Yeah,
talked for like 2 hours yesterday or the day before, and we've talked for another like 45 minutes today, and you have not provided a single fucking reference that says if you circumcise your slave, then they get to go free. Not a single one. It contradicts what God actually says. God says that if you give a male Hebrew slave a wife, the wife and the children become permanent property of the master, not the slave. They don't get to go free. It says the same thing in verse 7 of the same chapter. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So she's a permanent slave. Slaves that are born in the household, those are household slaves forever. Those are not temporary workers, whether you're Hebrew or not. Keith, you're not good at this. You're just not. And I've got to end the conversation because now it's time to read super chats and the conversation's already long in the teeth. Keith, I want you to come back tomorrow. I want you to come back tomorrow. I'll be live for quite a while. You can bring the same bad talking points. Just know that if you come back being more dishonest, saying the Bible says things that it doesn't, I'm going to publicly embarrass you, and I'm going to make fun of you to your face. And then I'll probably find out who your family is eventually and show them this video so that you can embarrass your entire family as well. So,
Oh, please do. I encourage you.
okay. So, Keith, have a good day and try again later, but come back with better talking points. I've never seen someone quite so dishonest. That's crazy. All right, let's read some super chats, friends. Shit, I know I've got a bunch of them. I apologize, but the way the conversations were going today, it wasn't really couldn't really do them in between. Kyle says, "Good day, Mr. Justin. Huge, just fucking huge grace again." Okay, all right. This is what we're doing now. This is what we're doing. All right, huge grace to you, Kyle. Love you, buddy. Luke, with a name I might not pronounce correctly, Poplowski, thank you for the 999 super chat. Says, Justin, I've been worried you might be getting burnt out on some of these callers, but seeing you be so patient with your gym friend yesterday was reassuring, heartwarming, and kind. All the best. Well, I appreciate that, Luke. Luke, you know I've said before that if people come in here and they've got a good attitude and they're being polite and they're not gaslighting and lying to me, I'm more than happy to treat them nicely. I'm not out here to pound everybody. Guys like Keith, though, lying gaslighters, yeah, I'll just pound them into the ground. William says, do you think a lot of things about Jesus were taken from other religions? I've never heard you use this in a debate. So, William, that's because I don't think it was that much of a taking. I think it was more like syncretism, where there's quite often unintentional overlap in the religions. So like when the Jews came into contact with the Greeks, they adopted some of the Greek points of view that already seemed to align or could coexist with, in fact, the already held beliefs of the Jews. And so they're like slowly evolving viewpoints. The teachings of Jesus, most of them come from the apocalyptic literature, and the apocalyptic literature did combine a little bit of Greek ideas, and certainly being a son of God, like a demigod, was a bit of a Greek idea, but I don't think it's useful to point that out, and I don't even think it's compelling evidence, and I don't even think it's something you can prove. All you can say is like, isn't it weird that Jesus is a demigod like these other Greek ideas or these other Greek entities? But like, when I do the debates, I typically stick to points that are provable and clear. I don't touch on points that are like, well, if you squint just right, you can see the connection. Those aren't like points worth arguing, because you can always be talking to someone who doesn't squint the way you squint. Maddie, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's about to get crazy when this notification goes off. I grabbed the popcorn, you heard, all the way from Brooklyn. Well, shit. Big W over to Brooklyn. Thank you for watching. I appreciate that. And yeah, if you want to be notified every time I go live, ring the bell on the channel, friends. That way you won't actually miss anything. And Jimmy Peterson says, do Wes Huff see facts as tests from the Lord? Actually, I think that is the case. He's not good with facts. He lost me when he couldn't pronounce Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is the standard form of the critical edition of the Old Testament. The fact that he is getting a PhD and didn't know how to say the name of that book properly makes me have huge reservations for his credibility. Marcus, thank you for the super chat, says, if it's so random, why is it so consistently hard to understand? What? Yeah, the first caller was an interesting one, talking about the randomness of the universe, or the so-called order. But like, if the universe is random, we would expect that it's a little bit difficult rather than organized, which would be more easily to understand. Lyrica says, is it possible primordial chaos is an explanation for evolution? Maybe, like, so the Bible does kind of point a little bit to the primordial chaos, similar with the Babylonian and the Akkadian literature, suggesting that the gods didn't create something brand new necessarily, although the creation of the heaven and earth by Tiamat is one of those things, but there were still primordial waters. That idea shows up in the Bible in Genesis a little bit, but I don't think it has anything to do with evolution, if you ask me. Because then you would just say, well, I have a view of God where the universe is eternal, but now we've got this weird God that's also eternal who didn't create everything. He just kind of came over to Earth at one point and formed Earth. It doesn't actually explain everything else. It's also I don't know if it really explains like the problem of evil either, you know. Dread the Red, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Hey Justin, when are you getting some Doug's Pretzels Factory swag?" We do. That would be good to do Doug's Pretzel Factory. Shit, I gotta write that in my notes. 1 second. I really do need to write down these ideas and make them come into the world. We love the product. Now it's time to spread the word. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm spreading the word as much as I can, Dread. Thank you for supporting. And also, thank you, Keith. Different Keith. This is a more rational Keith. Thank you so much, Keith, for the $50 super chat. That's huge, friend. I think one of the things that creeped me out the most when I was a Christian was when pastors used to say that Jesus is the bridegroom coming for his bride. What a gross, creepy analogy. Doug has never asked me to be a bride. Praise Doug. And he won't. Yeah, the idea that we are the bride of Christ it's a really creepy, weird thing to think about. You can say like, well, it's an analogy, it's not literal, but even as an analogy, it's silly. It doesn't make sense. When you look at all the way the analogies could play out, it doesn't make sense that we would consummate with Christ. Marcus says, I absolutely love when these callers jump on and imply that there's biblical interpretation that Justin isn't aware of. Buddy, he has a degree in this. Yeah, 2 of them, actually. Yeah, it's wild to me that they'll get on and they'll be like, well, you just don't understand. You haven't read it, or you don't know the context. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's the case. Tell me more about it. Josh says, you have to understand the context, Justin. I'm sorry. I forgot when I was in school getting my diplomas. I forgot to actually read the book. It just never occurred to me I should read the entire Bible. Punctuated Equilibrium, good to see you again. It says, super chat from yesterday, response to Philippians 2 hymn, starts in verse 6. If Jesus was in appearance of humans, he was not human, so can't have 2 natures. Yeah. And what also says that he took on the human form and experienced being a human just like we do, which means he was a human, not God. Like at some point, to make the Trinity work, and you know this, Punctuated, you have to go to some sort of modalism bullshit and say that God came to earth, changed his form in nature to be like that of a man. You can't say that Jesus was 100% God and 100% man because you just got a problem. And Dr. Pizza says the true mark of a moron is when they say exactly after they've been demonstrated to be wrong. Hail Nero, praise Doug. Absolutely. Hail Nero, 616 and 666. Big W, friend. And Herbie says, if I've understood this right, it seems to be the case that a lot of your callers seem to think words don't mean words. Strange. Herb, you are right. And you did understand that right. 9 out of 10 callers, their defense mechanism is words don't mean words and context. I don't know what the context is, but I know you're missing it. David, good to see you again today. David says, golf lesson today. Have to watch later. 27 years with bad swing. Prayed for God to fix it. No luck. Then 3 years to change. Taken 3 years to change. Well, listen, David, I haven't golfed in a while, but I used to golf. And here's what I can tell you about golf swing. Just relax and have fun. You'll swing much better if you're just having a good time. The minute you take it too serious and you're like, I need to drive the ball 300 yards and birdie every hole, it is going to fuck you up. It's going to get in your head. Just go out there and have a good time. You'll be all right, David.
Also, look at the ball and not at the flag.
That's right. Never take your eye off the ball. Even when you're done with your swing, like when I swing, my goal is that even after I'm done with my swing, I want to be looking at that ball. Now, obviously, if you do a full swing, it'll eventually bring you out, but that's the swing thought. My swing thought is never take your eye off the ball, even after you hit it. If you can do that, you'll be in good territory. But listen, golf's hard. I had a friend who was a golf instructor once. He says there are at minimum 7 things that you have to do right in your golf swing. Any one of them will fuck your shot up if you do them wrong. So it's a sport. They say football is a game of inches. Golf is a game of millimeters. Sonus, my friend, thank you for the 300 Argentinian dollars. Big W over in Argentine. Says, glad I can join the lives more often. Doug compels me to support the channel. Happy cooking. Well, Doug would do such a thing. What the Rock of Ages supporting his own ministry here. I really appreciate that, Sonus. Thank you for being so supportive of the channel. And praise Doug, the Rock, the firm foundation. Spiders 66, thank you for the 666. He says, Reverend Herman Newdick. I love that play on words every time. Reverend Herman Newdick here. I once was flaccid, but now I am rock hard. Praise Doug. Because you've got the hermeneutic now. See? I'm with you. That was good. I appreciate that. Dan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, I can't understand what is happening in the conversation about the topics, so I'll just whine about people watching instead. Arnav. Yeah, that's the crazy thing with Arnav. He could not focus. He came in with a good disposition at least, but boy, was he like he knew he was getting cooked, and he knew that the chat knew that he was getting cooked, and you know. Godwin says, Abby how, Abby where, Abby when, Abby what, Abby who. That's a good joke. I haven't heard that in a while, Godwin, but Abby who is he's one member of the Old Testament that doesn't get enough credit. He was in there. He was solidly in there. Alex says, thanks. Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate you supporting. Adam Brown, my friend, welcome in. Great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Kidman's calls, what's next? Audio Adrenaline? I love me some Audio Adrenaline. Please tell me one of the members of Audio Adrenaline deconstructed. Says, what flashback? What a flashback. Also, when you're a Christian... When you were a Christian, who was your favorite authors and or speakers? Good question. It did shift from time to time. Let me think on that. I don't know if I had any favorite speakers. I didn't really listen to a whole lot of speakers. I did have some favorite authors. The thing that I read the most as a Christian that I really enjoyed wasn't really a scholarly work. It was a devotional by Oswald Chambers. It was My Utmost for His Highest. I really enjoyed that particular devotional. I really like Oswald Chambers. I think he was really sincere, and I think the devotional reflects how sincere he was. But when it comes to scholarly literature, when I was a Christian, I loved all the same people that I love now. I loved reading about the Old Testament from guys like Hartley and Baker and Eugene Carpenter, and certainly, you don't want to forget like Jacob Milgram or Klaus Westermann. I mean, there's so many great Old Testament scholars that it'd be hard to name all of them. Peter says, Justin's origin story, wanted to give free biblical educational material, ended up arguing with people who hate learning. Read, friends. Actually, Peter, that's pretty damn accurate. That's pretty damn accurate. I came online thinking I was going to have educational, meaningful conversations with people who are thinking about deconstructing or in fact deconstructing. And what I discovered was that nobody, like Christians, don't want to do that. They just want to argue and fight. So now that's all we do. And that's fine. I can handle it. Bearded Heretic says, I love this cooking show.
I was going to say that's a hell that I share.
I know. Isn't it
you
crazy?
Are simpatico in that. Like, I swear I thought, hey, smart people to talk with. Nah.
Yeah.
Doug had other plans for me.
That's exactly it. Yeah. It's hard. It caught me off guard, actually. Thank you for coming here, Bearded. It's great to hear from your friend. Thank you for supporting too. And Dennis Lees, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, Justin, if some Christians are convincing auditory hallucinations, if some Christians are a convincing auditory hallucination from murder, something's wrong in the sentence. If some Christians are a convincing auditory hallucination from murder and the universe is deterministic, have you considered how your baby pace example might shape future tragedy? Well, I don't know if the sentence was structured properly, but I think what you're asking is, if everything in the universe is determined and I'm giving baby paste analogies, is it possible that somebody will eventually be making baby paste? That might be what you're asking. I think that might be the case if everything is determined, because somebody eventually will look back on this live as from a historian standpoint and be like, huh, Doug's real. Doug talks a lot about baby paste. Maybe we need to make baby paste. You never know. It could happen. But it wouldn't be my fault. It would be determined. I don't have to worry about that. Angry Amalekite Infant says, by the end of yesterday's live, when guests brought up Isaiah 23, I could tell you we're tired. That's good. That is good. I appreciate that. It was Ezekiel 28 though, not Isaiah 23, but I'll forgive you. It was a great joke, Angry Amalekite Infinite. I love your jokes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting, friend. And Doro says a few bucks to help stoke the fires of the pretzel factory. Got my mustard and beer cheese ready to go. Hell yeah, mustard and beer cheese is the way to go, especially if you're doing some pretzels. Dip that in the what you need is a stout, a cheddar cheese stout soup to dip the pretzel in. That's really good. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Says what you have to understand is they all say it. It's an invitation to stop thinking. It worked on them, so they think it'll work on anyone. Alex, actually, that's a good point. The reason why apologists bring up these talking points is because it worked on them. And they think it worked on me. It worked on my feeble brain, so it must work on others. But they're in the wrong place if they want feeble brains. We're not. El Travioso, thank you for the super chat. Says, when I hear, see Justin, let me explain the Bible to you, I'm like, oh my Doug, time to hit pause and get the weenies and marshmallows ready. That's my favorite thing. I love it when people come up here and they're like, I need to teach Justin the Bible, because it only goes one way. It never goes a second way. Daniel says, ugh, you can tell Jesus he ain't going nowhere near my heart. I don't want him anywhere near my heart, being that he advocated for executing children in Mark chapter 7. Nah. St. Bruce says, just in time for some Christian peace and love. Actually, some of the conversations were pretty peaceful today. I don't think we got into any like annoying yelling matches. But I mean, they're going to happen soon. Crucifix Me says, in Poland, it's a miracle. God saved a painting in, I will not be able to pronounce that, Częstochowa during World War II when 6 million Jews died nearby. But hey, it's his mistress and love child, right? Yeah. That's the craziest thing. Well, they're like, people are like, well, yeah, there's like these huge wildfires and a bunch of people died and it was horrific, but this Bible was preserved. This is basically what's happening here. There's a miracle. There's a painting that was preserved during World War II by miraculous means, but God was more concerned with that fucking painting than he was with the 6 million Jews that got gassed. It's crazy to think about. Katie Dotson, thank you for the super chat. Says Dr. Justin Sledge Esoterica channel. I love his channel. Just announced that he was fired from academia. For fuck's sake, for why? His class has been canceled. Huh. Any that can support him, please do. Yeah, I agree. Justin Sledge is amazing. His channel is big enough now that he can probably support himself without academia, but that's some grade A bullshit right there. But I do believe Esoterica is a treasure. Amazing channel. I highly recommend. Bean Dogs, thank you for the super chat. It says traveling to incarceration festivals in Mansfield. Oh, I see. Sorry. I think this might be a joke. Traveling to Incarceration Festival in Mansfield, Ohio. I know exactly where you're talking about. Wife and I are listening to you cook and having some good laughs. Cheers. Well, Bean Dogs, thank you so much for letting me know. And next time you go to the Mansfield Reformatory, take some pictures. I want to go to the ghost tours. Tell me what you think about the ghost tours. St. Bruce says, I love starting with conclusions first. Isn't that the best thing? We all know what I believe and can never be wrong, so we can start from there. Well, thank you, St. Brush, for the 666. And, you know, the crazy thing is that theists will get on here and they won't just tell you what they're going on about. They just want you to let them go on forever. And then eventually, maybe, if you're lucky, get to a point. They never do. That's why when I get annoying people up here that won't tell me what they're talking about, I just say, all right, give me your conclusion, then you can support your conclusion. That works out a lot better for some people. Johanna, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Jesus says this, Jesus says that. I wasn't aware Jesus wrote a book. Johanna, you're right. He didn't write shit, which is crazy. He's the Messiah, right? He's God. God incarnate couldn't write us a book. AR, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, big question, does Orthodox Christianity produce Philbros, or are Philbros just drawn to Orthodox Christianity? I think a mixture of both. It's like a feedback cycle. But here's my thought. The reason why you see so many Catholic and Orthodox Philbros is most of them don't firmly believe in like sola scriptura and inerrancy. Like they believe in the tradition of the church and the teachings of the apostles and the the ecumenical councils and different things like that, right? So because they know that they can't turn to the Bible and defend the Bible as like this sacred text because it's full of problems, They're like, well, what's the next best thing? Well, if I can't prove Christianity by using Christianity, I have to use something outside of Christianity, and that ends up being philosophy. So they're at least starting ahead of the Protestants by saying, listen, I can't defend this bullshit. I got to try something else. So that's what's happening. Rainbow Wolf says they will call us gays depraved and ask how can atheists be moral while making excuses for Numbers 31 and other grapes. Rainbow, that's the problem, right? They'll say that we're immoral because we think gay people should have equal rights, but also it was morally perfect for God to have a bunch of little virgin girls raped by the Hebrew warriors. Yeah, good idea. Johanna says hearsay does not stand up in a court of law. Actually, it doesn't. It's not a good thing to do. And Rainbow come in and again says, "Who are you to question God? And God is beyond your understanding." Are gaslighting attempts? I agree. Right. The minute somebody says you can't question God, I would say you can't question me as long as we're here saying things that are stupid. Stephen says faith unfaithful. Wait, faith unfaithful left me falsely true. Holy shit, that's a mind fuck. Faith unfaithful left me falsely true. I don't know what that means, Stephen, but thank you for the super chat. And Huge Grace coming in to terrorize me. I appreciate the super chat, though. It says, I haven't caught a stream in about a week. Did I miss anything? No, but I assume that you'll take it with huge grace. See what I did there? I joined in on the thing. Necro, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, the arrogant ignorance of Christians is astounding. They pretend to know the Bible, then they pivot and obfuscate when you check them. Cope is their true religion. Actually, that is the case. They're sacrificing the blood of bulls and rams at the altar of Cope, not at the altar of truth. Gem and Jay says, Amov, I think that was Arnav, convinced me not to get saved. Way to go, hero. Yeah, Arnav did not do a good job of defending his faith. Sir Gameslot says, this guest accuses the chat of not understanding the Bible, but gives his opinion for 30 minutes without quoting one scripture. Sir, you nailed it, right? What they'll say is anything but what the Bible says. You don't understand it. You have to take the context. You need to know the history. That's not in the original languages. But what they won't do is go to the Bible and tell you exactly what the words mean in the context and in the language. Phil Fun, great to see you today. Thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, my 5-year-old son has been chewing on extension cords. Oof, that can't be good. I might to ground him. I think you mean I might ground him until he conducts himself properly. Hopefully it's just a phase. He won't resist me. Holy fuck. There's so many good jokes in here for anyone who knows electricity. Phil Fun, this is a treasure, what you've just done. This should be a national treasure of jokes. This should be in every joke book. Electricity has a term called grounding. And then also conducts is what electricity does. You have a conductor that allows you to conduct electricity properly, which you couldn't do if you're not grounded properly. And phasing is another electricity term, and resistance is another electricity term. There's so many good terms used correctly in the sentence that I just hats off to you. Chef's kiss, Phil Fun. That was magnificent. I appreciate that. And Insidious says, hi, Justin. First live, but seen all videos. Question, was the keeper of the quarry, he who sets in stone, Doug ever a Jehovah's Fitness? Wait, hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Was the keeper of the quarry, I don't know who that is. That ended in a period, not a question. He who sits in stone, Doug, ever a Jehovah Fitness? I don't fully understand your question, but was I ever a Jehovah Witness? I was not. But thank you for being here, friend. Thank you for super chatting. And rock hard for Doug. Speaking of Doug, thank you for the super chat, my friend. It says, bad news. I just had to spend a bunch of money on home foundation piers. Oh, yeah, they're the worst and super expensive. But I mean, they are part of the building code. If your foundation is bowing, you have to put the piers in. It says, good news. Adele and I are now firmly affixed to the bedrock of salvation. Praise Doug. Well, the bedrock of salvation, you already know, is in fact Doug. In fact, if Doug was in the foundation to begin with, you wouldn't have needed piers. So there's that. For those who don't know what foundation piers are, you're just going to have to Google that one. I apologize. Johanna says, definitely time to get rid of this know-it-all. He can't even fork over a few bucks a month for knowledge. That's the craziest thing is people like I'll put together a document and then they'll think like I owe it to them. I don't owe you shit. I mean, like, listen, if you want the document, you got to get it the way everyone else does. That guy Fox, thank you for the $10 super chat. Great name, by the way. May Doug grant you the stone to endure the flood of silly these guests levy upon you. Well, I'm gonna need something. I appreciate I do appreciate the kind words and the support. And trust me, I do need a little help from Doug to get through the flood. Maybe that's what the jars of clay were singing about all the time. Space Lord says, I don't get how a contradiction is an issue. Isn't that crazy he said that, right? We started by saying there was no contradictions. Then he tried to quickly pivot and say, no, there's no meaningful contradictions. So I picked one about the law because whether or not you should follow the law seems to be a pretty fucking meaningful contradiction. And then he equivocated even on that. Space Lord says laws that would be completed would state how to. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Laws that need completed do have regulations, and the law of Moses does have a regulation. Do you know that, friend? Mr. Morpheus, my friend, great to see you, says Christians are contortionists. Simple. That's 100% factual. There are no lies detected in that statement. They are contortionists. And Germ says we can't create codes in writing. Authors write entire sonnets that are palindrome. You could turn the whole thing around, and it is the same. Palindromes are really good. Actually, so this does bring up a good point because now you're on the topic of like Bible codes. There are, if you actually look at what the Masoretic scribes did in the Hebrew documents, the Masoretic scribes did do a little bit of tinkering to hide some Easter eggs in there. There are actually some true to life Easter eggs, what you might call Bible codes, in only the Masoretic text, not in the original Hebrew text, just in the Masoretic text. But we don't have time to worry about that now. Space Lord says the only code I need is up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. Is it left, right, or is it right, left? I always forget. But that's the Konami cheat code. And hell yeah, the Konami cheat code will always be more powerful than Jesus. Elteen, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I super appreciate that. That's super generous, my friend. Big W says every third letter of John 3:16 spells Glarfel Gakalalu, which means cold spaghetti in a Scottish early progressive Martian, which has 13 letters, tribe of Israel, and is a food made of wheat like bread. Conclusion, Jesus is the bread of life. That makes perfect sense. Now that you've revealed that information to me, Elteen, I think our stream tomorrow is going to be, why aren't you a Christian? Convert to Christianity like me. You've convinced me. I mean, that is essentially what they're doing with these dumb Bible codes, though. Fighter says he could have just said 42. I know that would be so easy. And if you don't know what that joke is going to, you'll figure it out eventually. Adam says, I knew Luke Skywalker was a Messiah when he had his foreskin removed. That was good. I appreciate that. That was a bona fide dad joke. I appreciate that, Adam. Big W. Big W for that. And Jimmy Peterson says Doug saw the F skin and he did not give an F. That's 100% right. Doug doesn't need your foreskin, friends. Doug will never ask you to cut yourself off or be cut off. He won't do that. Mardik, thank you for the 129 SEK. Big W says, always entertaining with callers pretzeling into Gordian knots on your channel. Keep on cooking. Well, I appreciate that, Mardik. And that really is the case. Listen, when you're up here and you're defending your faith, you have one of two options. You can look at the evidence and be like, oh, shit, yeah, that's interesting that you brought that up. It looks like you're right. Or you can twist yourself into 1,000 futzing pretzels and you can be a dishonest POSFF. Jamnick, thank you for the super chat. It says chirp. Yeah, chirp, 30 seconds. Chirp, 30 seconds. Chirp, 30 seconds. Chirp, 30 seconds. Chirp. Smoke detector awareness, change your batteries. I'll never understand why people have smoke detectors and they don't change their batteries. If I went a whole day, just one whole day listening to a smoke detector chirp like that, I would lose my mind. I would go insane. I couldn't tolerate it. My brain isn't ready for that. Tim, my friend, said, for my dad, a roofer. Dad, if you're up there, grace be upon you, but Not too much. She's huge. Okay, I like that joke, Tim. Okay, I like that one. That was a good one. That was a good, huge Grace joke. But I agree. If your dad's on the roof, keep huge Grace away. Huge Grace, it might be bad. Cool says, great day to be part of the Church of Doug. Actually, Cool, every day is a good day to be part of the Church of Doug. And Marcus, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debates memberships. That's super generous. And remember, the memberships are the backbone of the channel. The memberships really help to keep all this stuff going, and you get access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. Master Machete says, I was a Christian longer than you have been alive. Yeah, isn't that funny that we have like these little Christian like tater tots up here trying to teach us about Christianity when we have been Christians for longer than they've literally been alive before we decided it was all bullshit. But yeah, tell me what you've learned in the 5 years that you've been a Christian. Marcus, thank you so much for the additional super chat, friend. Says, this was such a good barbecue. I had to make sure others get some. Great cooking today. What a bloodbath, Lamau. Yeah, it kind of was. They didn't come to perform. I mean, something was performed on them, that's for sure. A beating. Holler Furphy, holy shit. Holler Furphy, thank you so fucking much for sending out 50 DZ debate memberships. That's fucking huge. Thank you so much, friend. That's incredibly generous. Let's get some W's for Holler Furphy. That's crazy. And Hardwork says, I'm purchasing indulgences from Doug. Well, the good news is, all you have to do is be remorseful. You never have to purchase your forgiveness. Doug will forgive anybody. And St. Brush says, imagine my shock when Christians don't read. Yeah, they don't. They can't. They went to Christian schools. They barely learned the alphabet. Trude says, it must be painful to admit that your faith is based on contradictions. That makes it rocky. But still, Arnav is surely applauded by David Dunning and Justin Kruger. Yeah, that's the truth. Listen, I agree with you, Trude. It's hard. It's hard to be looking at your religion and say, shit, there's problems, there's contradictions. It's hard. I get it. I was there. But at some point, you have to be honest. Chambermaid, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, you don't have to be educated to understand that religion was created by patriarchal rulers to justify their abuse of others. It was a literal power play. I think that is quite literally the truth for a lot of the religions. I think that is the case. So we agree. Mitchell says, it will never get old watching you, Ian, Blitz, rake these folks across the coals. Keep it up. Obviously, because coals are a form of rock. Obviously, we're going to rake them over the rocks, my friend. Thank you, Mitchell. I appreciate you being here, supporting and watching. And Dr. Pizza says, here's some more money to fund your mission to read the Bible with Christians, or to Christians. One day they will look down and see Doug is the bedrock they stand. Absolutely. Doug is the absolute bedrock. I mean, have you even seen the moving stones even in the desert? Stones even move in the desert. Just look up the moving stones in the desert. I mean, Doug is everywhere. When you looked back and you saw that there was no footprints in the stand, that was Doug was carrying your ass. C Design, thank you for the super chat. Dunning-Kruger National Park is an afterlife reserve where Justin's burnt religious offerings reside after getting cooked. Maybe we need to rope that off. We're going to make that a national monument, friends. And Ohio Boy, Big W, says, my dude was pig roasted. Yeah, it didn't turn out good for him. He was nice enough about it, but Arnav got cooked. He says, sent. He didn't say, he sent 5 DZ Debates memberships. I appreciate that, Jonesy. I really do appreciate that, friend. And 5 more from our friend Dr. Pizza. Big W, Dr. Pizza. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debates memberships. And coming in from Infini Ryu, thank you so much for the 20 New Zealand dollars. Big W, a friend. He says, saying atheism is nonsensical because something can't come from nothing is the most dishonest shifting of the burden when Christians literally believe creation ex nihilo. Frank Turek is perhaps the worst offender in this. I agree. Saying that something can't come from nothing, first of all, is a shift because that's not even our claim. I don't know any atheist that believes that something came from nothing. But even if it did, even if that were the case, I have no reason to believe that it would have come from a god. Dan says, does Arnav qualify for a top left award? I don't know what that means, but he does qualify as having bad arguments. Marcus says, not only did Jeff dunk on this kid, Jeff did do some dunking. He posterized him. Great setup and slam by him. Their dude is always on the point. That dude, Jeff, is always on point too, by the way. Jeff, there's a reason why Jeff comes up and joins me, because he comes up with the fire already lit. Like he's already ready to cook when he gets here. Castles and Curiosities, thank you for the super chat, says, I know I'm a little late on this one, but why do we always hear Jesus didn't abolish the laws, but he ended them? Because Christians don't know how words work. They know that the rest of the New Testament teaches the laws were abolished. So when they get to Jesus, they have to look at Jesus and find a way to say that he meant to abolish them. They just can't do it because Jesus doesn't say it. And Yoda says, when it comes to God saying not to change the laws, and then Jesus coming and changing the laws, isn't the workaround that Jesus is God and can therefore change the laws? Blessed be the stone. Yeah, that talking point does come up a lot, but it doesn't fix the problem. The problem is it still becomes a contradiction. And it's also a problem because Jesus didn't say that he was getting rid of the law. He did change them, however, which means if Jesus is God, he contradicted himself. And I just think that's silly to believe that God would tell people to follow the law forever and then come back later and say, oh, I changed my mind. Because remember, God can't change his mind according to Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 29. Aaron says, today's theme seems to be, I want to preach on someone else's life. Please let me preach my weird conspiracies. I am shocked, actually, Aaron, by the amount of people who get up here just to preach. It doesn't make any sense to me. As a Christian, I would have never done that. I wanted to engage in intellectual dialogue. I guess that's why I'm an atheist now. Snickerdoodle, my friend, thank you for being here and thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Justin, the book says 98, which, as you know, is the sound of blue, which smells like 11. Thus, the Bible equals cheese. I mean, duh, I'm smart. Snicker, I love that chat. That's a great super chat. That's essentially what they're trying to do. Nebraska Steve is the worst offender of this. Izidoridian, thank you for the $10 super chat. Justin, I really do appreciate what you're doing and what you've done. Truly God's work. Seriously, thank you for the time you've invested. You're wonderful, as is your community. Well, I really appreciate that. And first of all, I'm nothing without the community. The community is what enables me to be what I am, right? So I love the community as well. The deconstruction community to me is like a second family. So if you're deconstructing and you need somewhere to go, join the Discord, be part of the community, join in these live streams. A lot of people out here that love and support each other. And coming in a second time, thank you again also. He says, I do have one question I'm curious about. Exodus 12:12 talks about God executing judgment. I love this question. Executing judgment on the gods of Egypt. What's the scholarly thoughts on that curious wording? I've always been intrigued. So according to most modern Old Testament scholars, there were in fact multiple gods. They get translated as angels in the Greek Septuagint and then in later subsequent English translations, but a lot of times in the Hebrew text, it refers to them as sons of God. And this comes from the Canaanite pantheon, which taught that El, we know him as Elohim, was in fact the high deity who had 70 sons. And those 70 sons were lower tiered gods referred to as the Elohim, and they abided over the nations. In fact, if you go to, one second, Sirach 17:17, I believe, this in fact gets pointed out, and it's in Deuteronomy 32:8. But if you go to Sirach 17:16 and 17, this idea that there are like angelic beings over each nation that are the sons of God shows up. It's right there. In fact, a lot of people have written about this. Even Christians have written about this. So Sirach says, why did it not give me verse 16? That's weird. I told it to give me 16. It's not giving me 16. Whatever. I'll just do the whole chapter. You don't want to give me 16? I'll take it. Oh, because there's not 16 in this edition. Cool. Their ways are always before him. They will not be hidden from his eyes. He appointed a ruler for every nation, but Israel's is the Lord or Yahweh's own portion. A ruler for every nation, Yahweh's own portion being Israel. This obviously should remind you of Deuteronomy 32, where it says, "Remember the days of old, considering the years long past. Ask your father, and he will inform you, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High apportioned the nations, he divided humankind and fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the sons of the gods." The number of the gods. Sorry, the number of the gods. So the ancient Israelites were polytheistic. Henotheistic is the right way to say it. This was the monotheism is a late invention. Miko says, if you heard the story before, don't stop me. I'd like to hear it again. A Christian reading out the chapter thinking nobody has ever read it. Miko, you nailed it. I'll never understand why they get up here and they listen to me and they think I just need to have it read to me like I've never heard it before. And Try says, please get more mods in the horizontal stream. There's some disgusting racists here attacking the guests for their ethnic background. Shit, I didn't know that. Guys, if you're in the horizontal stream, hit me up on the Discord. I'll add you as a moderator if you're capable of modding. Also, I'll get with Benny. Benny can add mods for me. Thank you for letting me know. Dave says, love the lives. Thanks for the deconstruction help. Sometimes I can't believe how certain people are when they know they have no idea what they're talking about. Keep exposing, keep cooking. Dave, to me, that's the funnest thing. When I get somebody in here that is completely devoid of actually knowing what's in the Bible, and they're so confident that they know it. Like they just know that they're going to get up here and teach the atheist. And then of course, it never happens. Never happens. Josh says, bovines 3-verse moo, thou shalt circumcise thyself for being an utter embarrassment. Very good use of words. Keith is cut off from reality. Slavery apologists are wild. They are wild. The good news is no one sees through it. Slavery apologists never succeed. And Morpheus says, meant you can't live among us unless circumcised. Well, I mean, yes, that is the case. You can't live among us and participate in our rituals unless you're circumcised, but certainly they could live among them. David says, oh my Doug, I'm back. You are still at it. Awesome doing. Back to watch. Swing, you ask. Close? David, that might be a little over my head here. I'm back. I was on for a while. It's awesome. Swing, you ask. I don't know. I guess I've forgotten where the word swing comes into the conversation, so I apologize. I may not get your joke. But David, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And I've got just enough time for like 3 more super chats because I'm at my 5 o'clock mark. Mavith says, Theus, crack me up. Talk about seeking something when most were indoctrinated as babies out of the womb and did no seeking, just confirming their bias. Mavith, this is actually the case. So most people come about their religion based on where they grew up and how they grew up. That's it. That's all. And Angelo, last super chat. Thank you so much, Angelo. I really appreciate it. It says, speaking of consummating with Christ, quite a while ago, I let Christ come inside me. I'm no longer a believer. Did I miss my opportunity to come inside of him? Well, I think you did, Angelo, because the Bible says that Christ will remain in you if you remain in him. And being that he's no longer remaining in you, I think you might have missed your opportunity to enter Christ. So that's a difficult concept. I get it. But in order to enter Christ, he has to already be inside of you. It's a really weird, kinky thing that probably involves a little bit of reach around. I haven't quite worked out the geometry of the whole thing yet, but you may or may not have missed the opportunity. I'm sorry to hear that. Now, listen, friends, I apologize. There's probably like 7 or 8 super chats I couldn't get to. It's my bad. I apologize. I shouldn't let that last guest drone on and on and on, but we were having a good time cooking them. So I apologize for that. We get a longer stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a longer stream. So I should have plenty of time to read all the super chats before I'm run out of time. And then in the fall, remember in the fall, we're going to go back to our long streams all the time. And I'll never miss a super chat, but thank you everyone who liked and shared and supported. And thank you to all the mods. Thank you for everyone who subbed. Thank you to everyone who super chat. You guys are the ones that make the show possible. So thank you so much. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Jeff, thank you for joining me. And if you haven't followed Jeff, make sure you drop him a follow.
It's always fun to be on your lives, Justin, because
it's a hoot, isn't it? We need a marshmallow brain emoji, but I don't want to take your thunder, you know?
What you can do, and I'm going to shamelessly promote, is get your Marshmallow Brain coffee mug or tumbler on my merch store.
Yeah, guys, go to Jeff's merch store and get yourself a Marshmallow Brain merch. I approve of this. Doug approves.